Boston Sports. Boston Sports. And it is all we do. 98.5, the Sports Hub.
Ladies and gentlemen, I need all of you to stop what you're doing and listen.
Toucher.
You might hate me, but you're listening.
And Hardy.
Don't bother me. I'm at the Pickle Palace.
On 98.5.
I know what I'm capable of.
He said something about peanut butter, right?
Yeah. Boning, baby. Make America nut again.
That's gross. That's disgusting.
Let's talk about cheese.
What are you going to have for lunch?
I was at dinner with my wife and a friend.
Kitty, kitty, pussy, kitty, kitty, kitty. Flap, flap, flap.
Shut up, I'm trying to talk to Paul.
Toucher and Hardy.
Good luck trying to put your finger in it when there's a million holes.
On 98.5, the Sports Hub.
Let's go.
A lot of people are also excited for the commercials. You get a sneak peek.
What do you think of it, crowd, huh?
Hey, good morning, everybody. Good morning. That's right, Sarge. We are Toucher and Hardy, Town Fair Tire Studios, 617-779-0985. You can watch us on YouTube. Subscribe to 98.5 The Sports Hub on YouTube.
Oh.
That's right, Eddie Trunk. Everyone's got something to say this morning.
Oh, okay.
We you can download this on podcast whenever you want. Hardy is back today. He was sick yesterday. I do not feel great today.
Uh-oh.
But it's my stomach and also my knee. Like, I don't know what happened, but in the middle of the day yesterday, my knee started to kill me.
So here's the upshot to this. Number one, it came on very quickly. Like, I left here on Tuesday and was fine. And then Tuesday night, I'm like, oh, I'm not fine. And yesterday was, it is what it is. Feeling a little bit better today. But when you have any kind of illness like this, every other ailment I have goes away. Like, for months now, ever since my indignity of falling while doing that race at the baseball game, my knee wakes me up in like a searing pain at least once a night. It stiffens up. That goes away. Like, your knee doesn't hurt anymore. The body's like, you know what? The knee is bad, and he deserves to suffer because of what he did. But we're going to give a break on the knee as long as he's got a cold.
Body is prioritizing things.
Yes. It really does.
Yeah.
Like, if you have a mild toothache, but then you hurt your ankle, it's like your tooth won't hurt you for a couple of days. We're going to focus in on the ankle. Mm-hmm. So my knee has not been waking me up at night, which is great.
I have a feeling this is gout, which is going to piss me off because I'm taking that alpurinol, and I've never gotten gout in my knee before, but I didn't have any trauma. There's one thing, it could be from walking the dog in that woods where it's all icy and hilly.
Oh, yeah.
But I don't know if that would just come on all of a sudden. Like, I never tweaked it. So I don't know what I did. It's on the outside of the knee, like between, like just on the right side of the kneecap. Like right in there. And if I touch it, it hurts. And if I touch it and it hurts, that makes me think that it's gout. But it hasn't been, like, swelling up. And what really pisses me off is that my lifestyle has been fine. Like, I haven't been doing anything that should aggravate it. And that's pissing me off. It seems rather unfair.
What are the gout-inducing behaviors?
Organ meat, alcohol.
Organ meat?
Like liver and things like of that nature. I don't know. I'm not eating them. Alcohol, which I obviously don't drink and haven't drank.
What about beef tongue? Is the tongue considered?
I believe it is. Okay. Like, I believe. Seriously, dude, it's going to be the first thing that comes up if you Google it. I'll Google it right now.
Just what other organs would you consume?
I'll tell you.
I guess, like haggis, isn't that stomach? Isn't that
intestines, right?
Yeah, so maybe haggis.
Okay, so foods and drinks to avoid. First thing, organ meats. Liver, kidneys, sweetbreads, and brains.
Okay. Sweetbreads, that's from the Hannibal Lecter.
Yeah.
He loved serving the sweetbreads.
Red meat and game, which I do eat red meat.
Okay.
Seafood shellfish, which I mean, what am I having shellfish? I mean, like la-di-da. I mean, what am I?
What are you, John Wallach?
I mean, seriously, what am I scampying it up? I don't know how to make that. Alcohol, sweeteners, which I don't drink soda with sweeteners in it. I mean, I have ice cream, so I don't know. Whatever. So, I mean, I weigh 185. I haven't weighed this much since, like, I was in my 20s. I do not like this. It says perhaps dehydration is a factor.
Ooh.
So I don't know. But it's very concerning, but not as concerning as George is not here.
So George is supposed to be in today. We have things planned, like multiple things. They're supposed to be happening today. I didn't even.
Are we positive George
Did I
knows
show you
he's
that?
supposed to be here?
Well, yeah, I think Ryan contacted him yesterday.
But not yesterday. This morning.
I texted him yesterday. Yeah, and Nick texted him this morning. So
No. This morning though he could be asleep. Who texted him yesterday?
I texted him yesterday. I said we have some things planned. Do you mind prepping a little bit?
And he said, "I will."
Yeah.
Oh boy.
So he's oversleeping.
Yeah, George is going to feel really bad, and I actually feel bad for George because he's going to take this hard.
Yeah, he went. No, you're, and I do not plan on giving him a hard time.
I'm not going to give him a hard time about being late either, because believe it or not, you don't actually want someone to feel like legitimately bad, and when you know, like if Nick was late, I know we could bust his balls and it would just anger him, and that would be funny. And then, when the show was over, or even in a break, you could just be like, relax. Even if he got like upset, you could just be like, relax, all right?
Yeah.
But
I do have a short list of people I would give a hard time to because they wouldn't feel bad. They would immediately get defensive about it and be a dick about it.
Yeah, me. So,
I was thinking more like so.
Oh, well, let's. You can't. I refuse to be put in the same category as him, so I appreciate it. That's unfair. You can't do that. Maybe a tier below, but not at the same tier. But like George is legitimately going to feel really bad, so I will not. Like he'll feel way worse than he needs to feel.
Yeah,
it's not
we can't.
Yeah, it's not the end of the world.
Does he live a long ways from here?
I can't imagine he lives close, Johnny.
Yeah.
Can't imagine that George is living anywhere where he can afford to be this close.
I'm thinking like Milton, Westwood, maybe Weston.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, well, Weston is what I was thinking too. I mean, I think that he's probably got a rental. Got Wobbin or Weston, yeah. I think he's got like Auburndale. I think he's got a nice place.
Wellesley, another good guess, Beaton.
Yeah.
He could be down the seaport. He could be in one of those high-rise situations.
Young family, though. I think he's saving that for until they're a little bit older. Keep them out of the Boston school system. But they are prep school kids, so I don't know. It probably doesn't matter. Yeah, I'm guessing George lives far away. But you're probably right. He's probably like in Duxbury or something like Bert is.
Well, there's Louth distance. There's Beaton distance. There are many shades of far away.
I think it's Beaton or more like a Louth distance. I think it might be a Rhode Island situation.
It could be. I don't know. I really don't know.
Yeah, Dan has.
Carver is standing out.
I don't even know what that is.
I don't know either.
Where's that?
But doesn't George seem like a Carver mask guy?
I don't know what Carver
it's going to be a town I've never heard of. There's no question.
I got to look that up.
Because he's not like in public housing, so like it's going to be like a town you've never heard of.
Yeah, I'm going to say closest would be Milford.
Okay.
Yeah,
I know where that is. All right, good.
Dan, go ahead.
Hey, he's there. He just forgot his doggy ramp to get up the sidewalk because there's a curb, and he's really short.
Yes, I do understand that. Perhaps a strong wind was knocking him around. But no, he's going to feel really bad when he wakes up, and there's no need to make that any worse.
At some point, though, he's got to wake up. And as Ryan pointed out, when he does the midday show, he's here at like 8:30. So his natural alarm, one would think, and he's got young kids, so he can't be sleeping in.
No, I figure that he would be up within the hour. I figured that he probably crashed, and then he's probably going to be up.
But depending on the distance from where he lives and the added traffic of leaving at this time as opposed to 4 a.m.
Yeah, the idea of getting here quickly is out the window.
Right.
Because if he even was getting up right now and leaving right now, he's going to hit traffic.
It's one thing you notice when you work this shift. 5 minutes makes all the difference in the world for traffic. If you leave the house 5 minutes later than you normally do.
Well, depending on the time. But John and I both experienced that one day last week where I left like really late for me, and I couldn't believe the amount of cars on the road.
It's like double the amount of cars you used to seeing.
Yeah.
It's really something.
Yeah, if on 95, if I leave, even 5 minutes later, and I come in a little bit later than you guys, and I'm also a little bit closer than John, but when I drive in, I can tell a difference. I mean, it's certainly not like traffic, but I can't go as fast as I want to go.
Right.
Like there's enough traffic where I can't necessarily speed. And what I am enjoying is the amount of people going the speed limit.
It boggles my mind. I got behind one guy today who's doing the old double nickel. He's just cruising right along. I'm like, and not in the far right lane. You know, now, admittedly, I was doing something wrong. I was going to pass somebody on the right.
But sometimes it has to happen.
Sometimes it's got to happen. I'm like, okay, come on, dude. And I got over, and this guy is just tooling along at 55. I think some people are afraid to drive later when there's more traffic, and there are some people who like specifically drive at that hour because there are fewer cars on the road. So there you go. I'm afraid to drive in the first place, so I'm not going to be driving fast, and I'm also going to be out at this hour.
See, to me, if I was afraid of driving or if I'm feeling any kind of anxiousness, I want to go fast. Like, I want it over with. Like, that's the thing. I'm not afraid of, like, killing myself. I'm afraid. I just want to get it over with. But you know how you feel? John and I have talked about this, and I think it's fairly common, but Hardy, we've never talked about this, so I don't know if you feel it as well. When there's a lot of snow, I think maybe we have, but when there's a lot of snow, there's like a feeling almost of being boxed in.
Yeah.
Okay, so you know what I'm talking about.
Sure.
Like there's no like shoulder on the road or something.
Yes.
So based on that, again, it's one of these things like where I want to get to go where I'm going. So like on surface streets, it's getting bad enough with people going slow, like under the speed limit. The other day someone was going 25 on Commonwealth Avenue.
Yeah,
and I was behind them, and they were getting mad that I was like getting frustrated with them, and I was behind them like the whole for like the 3 miles because there's no passing them because there's no. I mean, you can't pass on the shoulder.
One lane's already gone,
and it's like when you're doing that now, I feel exceptionally trapped because there's no getting away from you.
Right.
And yesterday, I was considering going somewhere. I ended up going out to eat with my son because my daughter's out. My son had a big accomplishment yesterday. I've never seen him so excited.
Oh.
I really might have never seen him so excited about something he's accomplished. And so I'm like, I'll take you out to dinner, which he was thrilled about. He really wanted to go to dinner with me. But he went, and we ended up having a lovely time. But there were things before that I considered doing, and my head just went trapped behind the car. And I went, I'm not going to go. Like, this is going to happen. One of them was to go to 7-Eleven. And I did there's a 7-Eleven on Needham Street and I believe that's Beacon in Needham Street. And it's maybe 3/4 of a mile from my house. This is not an exaggeration. Almost 20 minutes it can take to get there.
Oh, God.
Swear to God. And there's 3 spots at that 7-Eleven. So, like, I was like, I wonder before he comes home if I should go to 7-Eleven. And then I was like, no, because it's just going to drive me insane. This is why this has to all stop. This winter has to end.
So two things. The stretch of road I take to get out of my town, there is a stretch where it's school speed limit at all times. It just flashes. It's never not 20 miles an hour. And people just know if it's not before or after school or the weekend, you just ignore that and you keep going the normal speed limit. Every once in a while, I'd say once every 2 weeks, I get behind somebody who not only does the speed limit, which is either 25 or 35 on this stretch of road, and at 4:30 in the morning, look, it doesn't matter. You just go. You just go. And you get behind somebody who not only does that speed limit, but pays attention to the school speed limit during that stretch. And when I say it adds 10 minutes, it does, because those first 4 miles to get out of my town, I'm used to just going, look, we got an understanding. Everyone was up at that time, including the cops.
I've talked about that. I've talked about that before. We should all just go, look, our lives are not the greatest. How many times over the years have I said this, John? Don't we have an agreement, especially when you're in Dorchester? Can we just all agree that our lives are terrible?
Yeah,
because we have
to be up this early. We're all part of this exclusive club. We all have.
It's funny
secret
when we were in Dorchester. I might have said it once a week at this time. Can't we all just agree?
Yeah.
You know what I think, and I'm sorry I interrupted you, but you know what I think is I always think they're uninsured or they're drunk.
Well, okay, and I try and be very, very considerate because you went through this too, Fred. When I get behind somebody like during daytime hours, I think, you know what? Maybe it's a new driver, like my daughter was, and I just instilled in her, you got to go the speed limit, and that happens. But the second I get a glimpse of what they look like and tell they're not 16 years old, I lose my mind. And the other time it happened was recently. I was trying to catch a train. I was trying to catch the commuter rail to go downtown. And I got behind a woman who was doing the speed limit or just a few ticks under for the entire way down the one street that cuts across town that gets me to the train station. And I'm like doing the math in my head, like, if I continue at this pace, and where is the train? And I got my window down listening for the train off to my left. Like, if it gets to Canton Center, am I going to beat it to Canton Junction? Should I hang a right here and get up to University to catch it there? And it's all because this woman with no cars in front of her is doing 25 miles an hour, like on a double yellow, even if it's residential. If there's a double yellow line, there's... just all accept you don't really have to go 25. Nobody goes 25 on this road. And now you're going to make me miss my train. I didn't miss it, by the way.
We have neighborhood roulette in my area. There's a woman who drives a Mini Cooper, and it doesn't matter what the weather is. She's always out there within about a 10-minute span, and she always drives 6 miles an hour under the speed limit. And I finally one day I didn't know she was an elderly lady until I pulled up next to her. I've seen her in the center of town, so I know she lives in the town. I don't know where she's going. She takes Speen Street out towards the Pike, but there's about a 3 or 4 mile stretch of road where I can't get past her. And, I don't care what time it is. I'm not like banging a left and going around her and speeding by her, but it's, all right, is this the day I get stuck behind her? Because she leaves her house pretty much around the same time I do.
You had no problem doing that to me the one day you got behind me.
Yeah, John's very aggressive.
Very aggressive driver.
So, not with this woman. Well, so, you're stuck, and you cross your fingers that today is not the day.
Well, the farmers market library people, the women that are farmers market library people, the elderly women, or they certainly look elderly with their undyed hair.
But they're not. They're in their late 40s.
In incredibly non-erotic or tight-fitting jeans. Like, they've given up completely. Huge fan of Priuses.
Yeah.
Huge fan. And so that's a huge problem. If you see a Prius, you're basically in for it. Because they're saving the earth with their Prius. But it's affordable. I'll tell you, one thing that saves me is my gym is underground parking, and it can be a real disaster there, but it shares space with a Dana-Farber. So it actually helps my sanity because I think people are here for Dana-Farber. They're here for way more important things than me. So let them.
Unless it's leg day. Then I would argue that yours is just as important.
I got news for you. It's never leg day, Hardy. It's never like it should be. Maybe my knee wouldn't hurt if it was ever a leg day.
You catch cold, your knee won't hurt, and we bring it all back around.
Exactly. Well, maybe you could talk to my stomach. I feel like I'm falling apart. I don't know what's happening. Maybe it's the medicine I'm taking for my knee that's making my stomach hurt. Who knows?
Where's George?
I wonder if he's boycotting the show because of our. Someone was on Instagram because Nick and Ryan loves putting in our Slack channel. Everyone ripping on me on Instagram. They love it more than anything.
Does Ryan love it too? I know Nick.
No, Ryan loves it. No, we've discussed, Hardy and I, how Nick loves. He'll just look at message boards and go, "Look at people are crapping on you, Fred." You might not have seen this.
Yeah. I made it a point of telling Nick I don't look at that stuff. Well, here then.
Just in case you were feeling good about yourself, let me drag you right back down in here.
Newsflash, there's a lot of people on the internet that hate you.
Really quickly, by the way, I did have to venture out yesterday because I told you guys that my wife and son were gone for a few days, and I just needed fresh squeezed orange juice. I decided I needed real orange juice and some fruit. There was nothing that I wanted to eat that was healthy in the house, so I ventured out. I went to Whole Foods, and I was at Whole Foods, and there was a guy at the checkout who said, "Are you Hardy?" And I said, "Yeah." And he goes, "Oh, great." And I feel bad about this. I shook his hand because he put his hand out to shake mine. I'm like, "God, I'm sick." But you know what? If he were a real fan, he would have known I wasn't on the air yesterday because I was
Serves
sick.
him right. Yeah.
But what made me think of that? Something you just said. I don't know. Oh, he said something like really nice. I was like, wow, I never get that. Like the stuff that we get online is no one reaches out ever to say something nice.
Well, they do on email.
I guess, but what's the ratio of like
on email?
On stuff? Well, just on stuff that you see online of nice stuff to mean stuff.
Email, it's like 95% nice, but on.
But that's a fraction of what goes online. So
yeah, but I don't like if you put in YouTube, Reddit, apparently I don't know. I don't know about our Reddit and I don't know about our YouTube. Apparently YouTube's just a series of like killing us.
Reddit's the same way, by the way.
And I'm not on Twitter. And so I take it Twitter's according to what they put in Slack, Twitter is no fan of ours either.
Yeah.
And according to Nick, message boards all hate us.
Well, then Nick apparently spends a lot of time on. That's his happy place.
He's curating a group of things.
But if it's my Instagram, it's generally not horrible. But if Nick puts videos up on 98.5 The Sports Hub, they're going to be killed.
Oh God.
Again, but we talked about this yesterday. My advice for you is that it's hurting you way more than it's hurting us. Like your desire, because I take it you're by yourself when you're doing it. When you're scrolling through Instagram and you're just stopping at random videos and insulting them, that's not incredibly good for your. If you went to any mental health person or even your primary physician and said, "This is how I'm spending my time," they would say, "I suggest you don't."
Yeah, you should stop that immediately.
Because I can't tell you the amount of videos on Instagram that I see that bother me. Now, and I might talk about them on the air to my friends, but I feel no compulsion to write like on the Boom Guys video, "This is terrible." At least be funny, you know? All right. We'll be back in just a moment. A lot of Olympic hockey yesterday. I actually saw the last period and overtime of the U.S. hockey game. We'll be back in just a moment.
Sports Hub.
Did you catch the game last night?
We are Toucher and Hardy. Do I have the What Happened Last Night copy?
There's no sponsor today.
What?
Make one up, Fred. Show your chops. Improv.
Hey, everyone. DB's Golden Banana.
There you go.
Want to see the finest nudes on the North Shore? Go to DB's Golden Banana. There's no other. If you're looking for the Golden Banana, look no further than DB's Golden Banana.
Very good. Let's do some Olympic hockey as the United States and Sweden faced off yesterday. No scoring throughout the first period, according to what I'm reading here, because like Fred, I watched the third period in overtime. But second period, Dylan Larkin gets on the board for the red, white, and blue.
Score!
That's a great highlight right there. No need to hear how it actually happened.
Boy.
Just inside the line. The United States strikes first. Dylan Larkin got a piece of it. 1-0. Team USA.
Okay.
The IOC really cracking down on these highlights, man. You can't find them anywhere.
That's one way of doing it. It would remain a 1-0 game until 91 seconds left in the game.
Sweden has pulled the goalie. Sweden has pulled just pulled the goalie. They waited a long time.
Which, by the way, I was rewatching Miracle the other day. Not the whole thing. I don't know the whole story. I lived it.
Not a boy.
Yeah. But a part I did not remember from the movie was apparently Russia did not pull the goaltender.
No, that was the thing. Afterwards, he had not had to do that in a decade.
Right.
So he forgot, didn't know what to do. Russia never trailed anybody.
Right.
So he had no idea what to do in that situation.
Well, Sweden knew what to do, so they pulled the goalie, and I mean, it was within a second or two of that extra,
Literally, within 5 seconds.
yeah,
of them
that
pulling
extra
the goalie.
skater getting on the ice.
Here's Raymond. Flies it across. Score! Sweden ties it with 1:31 remaining. Ika Zibanejad beating Connor Hellebuck. It is a 1-1 game.
I was in the car with one of my boys, and we were going somewhere, and I was listening to Felger and Maz, and Felger wasn't paying attention to the show.
I'm glad you brought it up. Because when the game was tied, this is what happened on Felger and Mass.
Yeah, okay, well, so you're the reason I've got to see him on every other thing that I turn on.
I think he's great.
Or the Mannings.
Those Corona
Mannings are just are the worst. Those are like 3 years old. Oh, you bastard!
Well, I know what
on the
happened
other
now.
TV?
They just tied it up.
How are you ahead on that other TV?
Because I'm ahead like 5 seconds. God dang it.
I told you this had 2-1 written all over
Tommy
it.
and Lynn
90
curse.
seconds left, and now you know what happens?
Oh, they're going to lose in overtime.
3-on-3.
3-on-3.
Yeah.
Who do you put out there?
Hold on to your hat. Who do I put out there? Eichel, Kachuk, and Quinn Hughes.
Yeah,
Well,
don't ask a stupid question like that, Maz.
Yeah, but I don't know why, but Felger is, I didn't know that he celebrated or whatever with these things, but he has made a point of being like incredibly into, even at the expense of the NHL, like he says that he'd rather the U.S. win the gold medal than like the Bruins win the cup. He has said that.
He was, I mean, listening to him, I wasn't aware of that either, but listening to him react in real time, because I was in the car long enough for the game tire and the game winner, he was not paying attention to the show. He was just watching and reacting.
Which is interesting because not paying attention to the show, who cares? But like, well, I'm not making fun of you, but I just don't like, he can do whatever he wants. But
sure.
Isn't that sort of random in the United States?
I think
to be
it's
like that into the Olympic teams.
Yeah. I think it's weird if you have an NHL team. Now it's not accurate to say I couldn't care less if the U.S. wins the gold. I think it would be cool, but it would also require me to root for guys like Kachuk, which I don't want to do. And that's always been my problem with watching world games or Olympic games.
Brady Kachuk, fine. Matthew Kachuk, no.
Yeah, they're hard-ons. Like, that's the thing. And they're like hard-ons who, their dad played. Like, I don't like the Kachuks, either of them. So, and by the way, I wouldn't mind it if McAvoy stopped playing and rested and got time off. Like, so, I mean, there's a part of me that if Sweden won that game would have been like, okay, good. Like, McAvoy can rest now. You know, McAvoy's very important for this Bruins team. He doesn't need to be playing anymore. He's very physical in these games, too. So, yeah, I mean, it's kind of cool that he's that into the United States. Like, it must be fun to care that much about it, Olympic hockey. But, I mean, I can't tell you how much I would prefer the Bruins winning a Stanley Cup. I mean, it's not even...
Sure.
It's not even remotely... I want the Bruins very badly to win a Stanley Cup.
This is interesting, but not the bottom line. I agree with you.
Like Sweden, like, you know, if they played Russia, I'd want the United States to kill them. But Sweden, Finland, Canada, like I don't care if they. But
Canada would be cool just because that would.
It means so much more to them than it does to us.
But why would you possibly dislike Canadians?
Oh, I don't dislike
No.
them. I just think it would be.
It would be funny because
it'd be an upset, and it would be something.
Well,
like
it's kind of like the Bruins playing Toronto in the playoffs. You know, all those scarf wearing morons out on the plaza. They live and die with this, and to see them go home with their tails between their legs is fun. Not because it's beating Toronto. It's how much this kills them.
See, my thing is almost let them have it.
Not
like,
me.
Like they want it that badly.
Nope.
Like let them have it.
Nope.
Like, you know,
that's why I want the U.S. to beat Canada in the gold medal game, because it means everything to those guys. They have the best players in the world. Like 4 of the 5 best players in the world play for Canada. It's fantastic to watch. They should have lost yesterday.
Everything in Canada is differential to the United States in like entertainment, in sports. Like even people that are like hugely famous in Canada, there's always that feeling they have inside. If you listen to any of these comedians or anything, that like I just can't make. And even the Canadians are like, you know, he can't make it in the United States, so that's why he's on TV here. Like, I mean, there is this huge inferiority complex, and not like a Boston, New York one where they have their feathers up about it. It's almost like just like a
resignation,
self-loathing, and resignation. I find it very, very difficult to root against Canada in anything.
I think it's really funny.
And in fact, there's no one on the Canadian team that I dislike as much as the Kachucks. So
right.
Well, Tom Wilson.
Yes, I do dislike Tom Wilson. But
he already injured one guy in this tournament.
But if Tom Wilson was on the Bruins, he'd be like our Marchand, so I would not dislike
but
Tom
he's
Wilson.
not, and he's playing for Canada, and he's already hurt another guy. So I think it's Fiala.
So instead of hearing the highlight of the game winner, let's just listen to how it sounded if you were listening to Felger and Maz last night.
Subject line: Felger and Maz need a MA rating. Thanks to
Maz is pretending.
Quinn Hughes.
Quinn Hughes in New Jersey.
guy.
That's your guy.
Oh. That was a freaking dart.
He's balls.
That was a bullet.
That kid is the balls.
What a freaking rocket
I
that
love
was.
Quinn Hughes. That guy's nasty.
Take that, Markstrom, you bum.
Yeah, Markstrom, you bum.
Yeah, I think that was a nod to Big Jim.
Yeah.
And the Reimer thing.
Reimer.
I don't know.
Oh, when
he was in Atlanta. Reimer after the comeback.
Yeah, the comeback against the.
I'm not believing Maz's excitement there.
May rating.
No.
I wish I liked sports as much as those guys do.
I do. The Bruins, I honestly, I lose my mind. I when the Bruins are in the playoffs, I mean, I lose my mind of so many reasons.
I don't think you do. And you and I both, all three of us, we really like sports. But as Billy Lanny once said about those guys and working on that show, he's like, yeah, they're fine, but they just freaking love sports.
Okay, let me tell you.
And nothing else.
No, and that is very true. But if the Bruins get into the playoffs, I am standing up. I'm turning the TV off because I can't stand to watch it for a while.
That? I agree. You're standing there in the pit of your stomach. You get all tense.
But here's the difference between me and Felger. Not the Celtics. No. The Celtics, I'm watching it out of almost obligation. The Red Sox, I'm not positive I want him to win. So, like, in regular season, I mean, if you're hanging on every regular season pitch, you are, as I will tell you a million times, I know for a fact you care more than it's healthy for the manager and players to care. So get over that. If you're breaking down individual games in the regular season, I assure you that's not happening in that clubhouse. So, but with the Bruins and the Jets, and even Michigan State basketball in the tournament, I am that passionate about
emotionally invested. But this is like the Jim Louth. Like I always wanted to get Louth a sweatshirt that just says sports.
Yes, I know that. I agree.
You know, and that's what it is. Like I'll watch anything. If it's sports, because I just like it. If it's the final lap of the Daytona 500, I'm like, oh, this is interesting. I take like almost like an academic empirical interest in it. Ooh, but there's no emotional investment like these guys have. Like they're emotionally
Hardy, I'm agreeing with you. I'm agreeing with you, but there are like three teams that I care that much about, and the Cardinals if they're in like the playoffs too. So there's like four. Give me four teams that I care that much about.
Right.
But yeah, like the
Felger's reacting to this team.
No, I know, and I think it's cool. Like I do think it's cool because I've heard him talk before the Olympics that he cares more about this than the Bruins.
You might care about this more than the Packers. Could you imagine him having the same reaction?
Really? He's weird about like not talking about the Packers. He's not like me who won't shut up about the Jets. He's much smarter about it than I am. I can't help myself.
I heard him do a long Packers segment last week.
Okay, well, good. That makes me feel better because, but yeah, there's four teams that I care that much about. The Bruins being the one local team, but yes, I know, I agree. His love of sports at the expense of everything else is odd, and Billy Lanny makes a good point. I don't believe Maz was that excited. I think he just wanted to beat Felger to the punch.
Well, he had the line. You know, he had the line ready to go. Take that, Markstrom, you bum. And
Yeah. I think he was thinking about it. All right, we'll be back in just a moment.
And when we return, Skip Bayless has chimed in on the situation involving Olympic hockey, which has got a lot of people talking.
Yeah, very informed. All right, so we'll be back in just a moment here.
times like these.
To climb up a tree.
You know.
We're the best friends you can be, my buddy and me.
Now,
Me.
more of your best morning buddies. Toucher and Hardy on the Sports Hub.
Oh, yeah. Here we go. Having fun with ourselves. All right. We are Toucher and Hardy. Skip Bayless. Big, 3 overtime games in Olympic hockey yesterday. It was very cool to see. The United States will be playing Slovakia, which for some reason look like the best team in this tournament. They really do.
There may be 3 or 4 guys that I recognize. We went through this exercise once before. I don't recognize most of that roster, and yet they're the epitome of team. They play very well together, and here they are with a chance at a medal.
Yeah,
it's really something.
They had the one game that didn't go to overtime yesterday, and Canada and the United States. Well, the United States played Sweden, who are very good, but Canada played a team that's not super good. And Slovakia,
Czechia. They played
Czechia. You're right, with Pastrnak.
Yep.
And Slovakia played Germany, who are okay, and beat them 6-2.
Germany has one guy who's like a top 5 player in the world, and another guy who's all-star caliber. And they still blew him out.
Right, and they have the kid from the Edmonton, and and Switzerland doesn't have a lot of NHL players, and Finland only beat them by 1. And that went to overtime.
And the other thing is, it's great hockey to watch. I mean, it's one thing for the game to be close with guys that you don't know, but it's fantastic hockey to watch. And that's what I took away from the U.S.-Sweden game yesterday. I mean, it was as high level gets for a while there.
But it is kind of a shame that it gets to 3-on-3 in games this important, because it's not regular hockey. It's in the regular season of the NHL where there's 82 games. Whatever, it's fun. I think 3-on-3 is fun. But in the Olympics, maybe in the preliminary rounds do it this way, but in winner go home games, not crazy about the 3-on-3 because it's just a completely different game. And it's almost like team wins the face-off if you stop them there, like the United States did. It's almost like now that momentum, now you're going to get an odd man rush the other way.
Mm-hmm.
So you win the face-off, chances are the other team's going to get back on defense. If you can somehow stop them, which the United States did, I don't remember if it was the next possession, but it seems like you're going to get an odd man rush at some point, which is, I believe, what the United States scored on was an odd man rush, I believe. But, it's just someone's going to be lagging behind, and the guy who went to the net's going to be behind the play. You stop that, you get the puck. It's going to be a 3-on-2 probably, and there you go. That might be the game. You're asking a lot of the goaltender. All right, but what did Skip Bayless have to say?
After the U.S. win, he tweeted out in all caps, "We win in overtime." And then he gets into normal text. USA beats Sweden in Olympic hockey. 3-on-3 is much more fun to watch, more open ice, more one-on-one shots on goal, less lucky bounce high traffic goals in front of net. Listening, NHL? ?
Oh. Not a hockey fan.
No, not at all.
So compared to some of Skip Bayless's other recent tweets, this got a lot more traffic. The tweet that he had before was, 10 comments a couple of days ago. He had the 23 comments on one from February 17th. This has generated over 1,000 comments, more than 500 retweets, and also the AI-generated readers added context they thought people might want to know. The NHL implemented 3-on-3 for overtime starting in the 2015-16 season.
Yes.
And has done overtime that way ever since.
Yeah, it's been 10 years, over 10 years now. And what's funny is that, remember Skip Bayless, there was that article that he lives this monastic life where he orders all his food, chicken and broccoli with no sauce, for the week. And he keeps it in his refrigerator. And he, during the week, would stay in Bristol at the time in this apartment, and then he would spend the weekends in the city, but he would be in Bristol like alone, just working out and cultivating sports takes all day. And in that time, he took so little, and that goes way into, I mean, he was on the air for a long time during this. He lived that monastic, a sports-filled life.
Yes.
But was unaware that the NHL now for over 10 years has implemented a 3-on-3 overtime.
Now, if you want to give him the benefit of the doubt.
A lot of people say, Fred, you're not a huge sports guy.
You knew that.
Oh, I certainly knew that they do, that it's
For a
3-on-3
decade,
overtime.
yeah.
Oh, no. I knew it right away. John, I did know right away. The minute it happened, I knew. Maybe even before it happened, I knew they were going to do it. Believe it or not.
If you want to give Bayless the benefit of the doubt and say he was talking about like tournament games because in the playoffs, the NHL does not.
No. That's, no.
So somebody said if you're, well, first of all, if you're not aware that 3-on-3 is already done in the NHL, you need to retire. If you're suggesting 3-on-3 should be implemented in the playoffs, you also need to retire, which I would agree with. The 3-on-3 in the playoffs doesn't belong.
Of course not. I don't even like the shootouts in the regular season. I like 3-on-3, but I think it should be 3-on-3 and then, maybe extend it a little bit and then it have ties.
Oh, yeah. I don't think it would add any time. And, the biggest argument against it is, well, we just need to end this thing and we don't want to tie and we just need to end it. If you extended the 3-on-3 to a 10-minute period instead of 5, I got to believe 90% of the games are going to be decided.
Yeah, and I don't think it's overly necessary that there's not. I mean, you're still giving a point for an overtime loss. I don't think I don't know why it matters so much to give a team 2 points in a shootout because that's not even the same skill set as playing hockey. That's just, and as we talked about a lot of times, if you look at the guys who take these penalty shots for teams, they're oftentimes not anywhere near the best scorers on the teams.
Yeah.
For instance, Pastrnak isn't one of the top 3 guys that generally take a penalty shot for the Bruins.
I don't know how Skip Bayless is going to be feeling today, though, after this is all.
My soul aches.
Maybe.
Well, yeah, in fairness, even though he's in his 70s, he was unaware of the racial problems of the African Americans before he saw the movie Sinners.
Evil, devious white people.
That's right.
Bludgeoned and battered by white guilt.
Well, after our show yesterday, there was quite a scene here in the station, and it stopped everyone in their tracks. Our general manager was in our meeting at that time. Nothing bad, just catching up, and this all went down, and it was very chaotic here at the station for a while. We'll go over what happened in just a moment.
Okay.
a Beast Media Group station. Essential Sports Hub headline presented by Celsius Energy Drinks.
Celtics will begin their post-All-Star break scheduled tonight in San Francisco against Golden State. Grandy and Max have the pregame at 9:30 and the tip-off at 10 here on 98.5 The Sports Hub. Jason Tatum remains out for the Green. Steph Curry is out for the Warriors with a sore knee. Former Celtic Kristaps Porzingis is questionable for the home team, but is expected to make his debut for his new team tonight. In other NBA news, Dallas announced yesterday Kyrie Irving will sit out the rest of the season. He is continuing to rehab his torn ACL. Sacramento's Domantas Sabonis will have season-ending surgery on his left knee. In Winter Olympics news, the U.S. men's hockey team beat Sweden 2-1 in overtime yesterday. Quinn Hughes, the game-winning goal.
Wanted to take it to my forehand, and I got the defender moving that way, and then I was able to get a shot off. So something I work on a lot, and just trying to attack and get my shot off.
The U.S. has reached the semifinals of the knockout round. They play Slovakia tomorrow. Canada plays Finland in the other semifinal. The U.S. women's hockey team plays Canada for the gold medal this afternoon. Bruins had their first practice back from their Olympic break yesterday. Pavel Zacha on the ice in a non-contact uniform. The Bruins' next game is a week from tonight at home against Columbus. Sports Hub headlines are brought to you by East Coast Metal Roofing. Never, ever replace your roof again. It's East Coast Metal Roofing's New Year's savings event where Sports Hub listeners get 10% off their new roof that's guaranteed to last a lifetime. Call 844-611-ECMR or eastcoastmetalroofing.com. I'm John Wallach on Boston's Home for Sports, 98.5 The Sports Hub. Your next update at 7:30.
This is what happens when analysts take over the games, take over the sport.
This is where you talk sports.
It happens all the time.
The Sports Hub. Hey, listen, if you've got to go, we understand, but make sure you bring the Sports Hub app with you so you can hear more of Toucher and Hardy.
That's what I want on my tombstone.
On the Sports Hub.
We are Toucher and Hardy, and you can watch us on YouTube. Subscribe to 98.5 The Sports Hub on YouTube. And if you download our podcast, you can get our podcast numbers way up, which someone somewhere in the building is tracking. George, if you want to know, is claiming that he did not know he was supposed to come in today, even though he had been texting with Ryan last night, claims that he was going to call in. He's on the schedule, but Nick is the one who talked to him, so who knows?
Yeah, but he is on the schedule. I saw his name there on the schedule for today.
Yeah, and we found out where he lives, which is where?
Leominster.
So we did find out. And Leominster is where?
North.
Okay.
Very far north.
There's just so many questions about George.
Tell me why he is the people's champion. Tell me why his schedule's up on Instagram. Tell me why he played that flute the other day. George is filling in today.
I actually believe he didn't know he was going to be on the air because Zolak didn't text me yesterday from George's Facebook about how he's heightening the talent on the show today.
Oh, that's a good point.
George usually does put up something on Facebook that Scott will immediately text me, which I do enjoy. There's 3 people, Scott, text me everything they put up. Mike behind the mic, Callahan, George, and a person that will not be named. Former coworker of mine.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Really?
Oh, everything. He immediate, the minute it comes up, he texts me.
I had no idea.
There's a lot less now, but before, and I appreciated it because I was like, oh, okay. So
Holden Kushner, is that who you're talking about?
Holden Kushner.
Yes, whoever that is.
What a deep pull that is.
You like that?
Wow.
Who's Holden Kushner?
He was on the station.
Dude, he was on the station more than anybody for like the first week. That dude was pulling marathon shifts. He was doing overnights. He was doing fill-ins.
Weekends. He was doing weekends for like 5 hours. How do you remember that guy?
He was great.
Well, that was really something by you right there.
Yeah,
wow.
Just Scott will take screenshots of a former coworker and just send them and be like, ha, 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 ha. Which I do appreciate. I do think it's funny. Because I don't have the impulse to look anymore, which I really don't. I'm not lying. So Scott follows on more way, and I don't follow on anything. So there you go. All right. But speaking of Scott, I even sent this to my son, a picture of this. This happened yesterday, and the pictures that Bertrand took. In fact, I'll put it up at Fred Toucher. I'll put it up on Instagram. I'll put a picture up because I do think the picture is so funny. I'll put it up as we're talking. But yesterday, we're in our post-show meeting. And look, they say not to eat or drink in the studio. That's an impossibility. That is not going to happen. That is something that we need to do. We're in here for 4 hours. I'm not going to not do that. So here is, I don't even remember how to put something up on here.
Oh,
yeah, I don't even know how the hell do you put something up now? This is how much I know how to do the thing. Nicholas!
Nick, we're going to need you in here, please.
You got to teach me how to put... Oh, I found it. Okay.
Oh, look at him.
He ran. He's in. There he is. He's right next to you. There he is right there.
No, I know. Don't worry about it. I got it. I got it.
Oh, okay. Bye, Nick. Thank you.
Yeah, get out of here, Nick. What the hell are you doing? All right.
He's really hustling.
Yeah, that was impressive. My goodness. All right, so anyway, this is what happened when we were out of the studio yesterday.
Your health kind of determines whether or not you're going to play.
So you had one scrimmage. You had a couple practices with the G League team. You moved this game from 6 to 8. I don't think that has anything to do with team coming back because that puts pressure on a timeline. That gives you a hard timeline. If they're all in cahoots with this, NBC Sports, all that, we're moving to game time. He's coming back, all that stuff.
And I don't want to hear about the pressure bull crap, by the way. You are the one that decided to do a 5-part TV series.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes. Oh, no.
I mean,
just go.
I mean, Bert thinks that's a lot. Bert thinks that's too much.
Just go.
That would fry any computer ever made
computer from
in
here.
the history of the world.
Don't. I'll take a picture of you in the bathroom. I swear to God.
So Scott is very sensitive to this. Scott spills an entire coffee, like an entire liter of coffee.
It's at least a 20-ounce iced coffee. It's just everywhere.
And he
dumps it down on the board. You can kind of hear the moment when it happens. He's talking. You can hear just a very low thud, but he just talks right through it. And then Beetle starts talking and then notices out of the corner of his eye what Zoe had done 10 seconds beforehand. But Zoe just keeps talking and just stares at it.
Yeah.
There's no immediate reaction like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. No, he just kind of barreled on through.
It's another day at the office for Zoe. That's all that is.
Not unexpected.
Yeah.
All right, I put it up on at Fred Toucher. You can see that. And the funniest thing about it is there's a picture of Scott just leaned back in his chair. He's just leaning back in his chair.
Well, that's where I do the show from most times. I just got back here.
Yeah, he's way off mic, and he's got his hands up. And in the foreground, in front of the spill, is a foot-long Italian sub from Subway.
That's unbelievable.
So this is 10:05, probably 10:05 in the morning.
Now
and Scott has in studio a full foot-long Italian sub from Subway unrolled and ready to be consumed.
That's what I wanted to make sure we got in.
And no doubt, you would say that's over a pint of coffee, right?
Yes. Oh.
Yeah, so we're talking about close to a liter. I don't know the measurement.
A bunch of stuff in the studio. Yesterday was the king of all of his spills.
But what's so funny, and when I sent it to my son, he laughed, but I don't know if he was just doing that to tease me, but it was making me laugh. Laugh when I'm sending it is that when was the last time one of you guys came in here with a foot-long sub or anything remotely close to that much food? Thank you. Oh, you can play as much of those as you want. If you want to go crazy with Chili Guys stuff, I'm here.
How about this? When's the last time you ate a foot long? You went for the entire foot long by yourself. I was like, I can just house this whole thing.
It's been years.
Right.
I mean, I could obviously eat a foot-long sub, but it's been years. It's been years.
And you don't need to while you're on the air working.
Well, that's the funny thing about it is that at 10 in the morning, you are like, what I need to get through this next 10 minutes is a liter of coffee and a full foot-long Italian sub from Subway.
So it's got at least 3 meats on it. It's got it's got the hots. It's got a lot of mayo.
Yeah. It's an
Don't leave
Italian
out the
sub.
onions. Don't leave out the onions too.
The onions, yes, the red onions.
It's not that it's just a foot long and it's the pint of coffee. It's the smell emanating from that foot long.
Oh, yeah,
for
yeah.
everybody else around him.
Yeah, because he's not going to eat it in 5 minutes. I just like how he displays it, just so he knows it's there.
Did you post this photo too? The one with the exposed wires?
No.
Just all the crap.
Because the photo of him, the photo.
It's so gross.
Yeah, it's so gross. What's in there? What is the stuff that's in there?
I don't know. I just stuff that accumulates in his work spot.
Yeah, it looks like he threw it up. Maybe I should redo the post and put that in there. Do I have that
God.
picture? Oh, I do have that picture.
Yeah, it's a good one.
All right.
You should zoom in on it a little bit.
Okay, yeah. I'll have to do that during the
Oh,
next break.
God.
I can't do it while we're on the air. But like a full foot-long Italian sub with mayo, he just unwrapped it and displayed it. 10 in the morning.
Look at this. This is what I got.
Yeah, don't worry.
Hey, you talk about whatever you're going to talk about. I'm going to eat.
Yeah, I'm gonna eat this whole foot-long
some
sub.
food.
It's exactly. And he was talking about how he bought George food because he had a foot-long Italian sub on Monday that he ordered from the sub place, like the Monaco's or whatever it is, like down the street. I guess on Monday he had a full giant sub too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he brought one for George?
He was bragging that he got George food.
Okay.
And so, but he was like, I got myself a big Italian sub from Dominic's.
Let's go. Let's go.
Oh,
That's the worst
very,
thing about.
Very briefly, his immediate reaction was to retaliate by taking a photo of Beetle in the bathroom. That's how he was going to get back at him. Because that's Beetle's first reaction when something like that happens. He grabs his phone and starts documenting it.
As everyone would in that situation.
Yes. My advice to Scott would be do not take a picture of Beetle in the bathroom. I don't even think, as much as the station is in absolute infatuation with Scott, that he could get away with taking a picture of someone in the bathroom.
That's a real HR situation.
And we'd all have to like throw our hands. I love Scott, but I would have to even throw my hands in the air and go, I can't protect you.
yeah, you're on your own.
Like you're on your own. I can't do that. Okay, this is kind of funny. Jason, go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
So I live the movie Groundhog Day every day. I live in Rentham. I drop my kids off at KP every day, and every morning, like clockwork, I drive by Zoe, and that man is eating every day. Food flying around. It's remarkable how much this man eats at 7:24 in the morning, Monday through Friday.
Wow.
Anyway, God bless you guys for having to deal with that. Have a great day, guys.
Thank you. And what's funny is that I believe him, and then he's eating at 7:25, and then unveiling foot-long Italian subs 2 out of 3 days at least after eating at 7:20 in the morning.
Yeah.
Like, how often do you guys go without eating until nighttime? I mean, it has to happen occasionally.
Once every other week at least.
Oh yeah, there's
Yeah.
But
now that's not healthy because then,
No.
I end up eating like 2,000 calories at night.
You crush it after that. But there is, and we're all bopping around. We all have things to do.
Well, like
and-
yesterday, I
Yeah.
didn't eat until dinner. Like there is that, like, it's not hard. Like, my point is that it's not like ridiculously hard not to have 2 meals by 11 a.m. You know? JP, go ahead.
Hey, so this delightful Italian sub story reminds me of the time I met Hardy once at Gillette, and I was talking about Zoe. I said, "Is he really like that?" And he said, "You know how he's 12 years old on the air? Well, he's 8 years old in person."
Yeah,
that's actually a pretty good description.
Very good.
He's on his best behavior on the air.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Or he's much more engaged off the air, you could say.
Yeah.
I love Scott. I really do.
Oh, I talk or text with him often.
Yeah. I mean, I consider Scott a good friend.
Oh, yeah.
I got his back the whole way. I find this all delightful. Who cares that he spills? I just think it's funny. And the spill isn't even the funny part to me. Again, it's that in the foreground of the picture, there's an entire Subway Italian sub.
It's unwrapped and ready to eat.
That he brought in.
Yes.
It's 10 in the morning. Did he buy that the day before? Like, was that?
If I brought in a foot-long Italian sub that I planned to consume for whatever reason during the show that day, I would keep it hidden. I'd feel guilty and I'd feel self-conscious about it. He put it out like a Thanksgiving turkey. Like he wanted people to see what he was going to be enjoying on the show yesterday.
I think it was like a content thing. Like it's almost like Linus in his blanket. He just knew that the Subway sub was there.
Yeah.
For him to consume it. Yeah. A liter of coffee or whatever it was. Over a pint. Well over a pint. I don't know what the measurement would be, but certainly like at least 2 pints of coffee.
Now, either luckily or unluckily for Zoe, the chief engineer was like here immediately yesterday.
Well, it does legitimately piss him off. Oh. It does legitimately piss him off.
Yeah.
Yes. Dennis is a very easygoing guy. He was not that way when he walked in the room. No.
You get on the wrong side of Dennis. He's not overly easygoing, but he works with Zolak because he's out at the Patriot games.
Yes.
And Zolak and him get along in the Patriots games. I don't think Zolak's the problem in terms of sports broadcasting, if you know what I'm saying. And the people involved. Do you know what I'm saying?
No, I don't.
I think there's someone that might be more difficult to work with.
That's the worst thing I've... Oh, here he comes.
Hey, take a picture. It lasts longer.
No.
Hey, take a picture. It lasts longer.
Boom. Mic drop.
Someone had a book of quips.
50 things to say to shut him up quick.
Take a picture. It was last longer as he's taking a picture.
And Beagle's like, yes, exactly. That's what I'm doing because you're wiping this up. So I will take a picture.
Taking a picture when it will last longer is if someone's staring at you, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
He was actually taking a picture. And Beetle's so pleased after he gets these pictures. He walks around and he's like,
look at this.
Grinning, and he's like, you want him? You want him?
Yeah, it's like he's got a UFO or a Bigfoot
I'll send
photo.
this to you.
That's right. He loves it.
The worst thing I've... Oh, here he comes.
Hey, take a picture. It lasts longer.
No. Oh, no.
Look at this photo.
It's the best one yet.
It's okay.
It's so bad. It's because it's not water and you can see it.
Oh, Dennis is here.
Coffee. Go get me more coffee.
Now he's telling an intern to go get him more
he's
coffee.
telling Dennis.
Oh, telling Dennis to go get him more coffee.
It's unbelievable. It's like a red alert. I've never seen Milliken move so fast, sprinting from the back room over to get paper towels. It was a whole thing.
Jared, I see you, and I agree, but I cannot, for obvious reasons, take that call. I don't know how he gets away with it either, but nonetheless.
I was asking Dennis.
Scope, you know how I like it.
Oh, my God.
Put this on your ramp. It's fine.
Maz is going to be like, why can't I log in? What's going on?
Everybody relax. This computer's never not work.
Everyone just relax. The computers never not work. Which, again, is, I don't think what he was trying to say. I think he was saying wanted to say the computers never work.
Never work anyway, so what harm is this coffee going to do?
Right.
We were all there too, boy.
We might see sparks.
Oh. All good. Here we go. We're back.
Do you understand my point about the pressure? Like, I don't want to hear that complaint about putting pressure on him.
Yes.
You could have quietly just been off doing your thing.
All the pain that he felt and the numbness in the foot. Like, how do you get numbness after surgery in the foot? Did they hit a nerve?
Be careful not to spray the sandwich.
Sanitizing his foot long.
Don't touch that. I swear to God, what are you going to do?
It's going to happen on TV.
Yeah.
It's going to happen.
Yeah, good. What, are you going to come in? Today's the day?
Today's the day, buddy.
Go get me coffee. Thanks, Steve. Oh, my God. Hello, Zoe. Hello, Zoe. There we go.
For those not watching, no, Dennis, by all means, this is Dennis is.
This is totally extra.
Listen, this is.
You beat a prick.
I know we're doing the show. I understand that, but this is like an operating room where the anesthesiologist is always in charge. The same is true with chief engineers, right? I mean, they can overrule anybody.
Yep.
They can take over the studio at any point. They're the ones in charge of the room.
This is what I wanted. This is the glamorous job I wanted.
All right. So anyway, he is in there and he's cleaning and disinfecting the area. And Zoe's very concerned about his sandwich being exposed.
Right. Zoe also going a little Tommy in there. It's like, now you just beat a dick.
Right.
Don't be a jerk about it, Spider.
Right.
Exactly. You got shot in the foot. So what?
Exactly.
Also credit to T-Bone. We didn't get to it, but the best line of the whole thing was,
"Is the sandwich okay?"
That's it, T-Bone. Nice job.
I just
good.
I just love. What time does Subway open?
That's a good question.
They used to be open for breakfast.
Yeah, I have no idea.
I don't know if they still
I
are.
like the woman that owns the Subway by me. She's very nice, and I'll go in there from time to time. But I didn't know they were open before 10 to get an Italian sub. I wonder how many Italian subs Subway as a franchise sells on a daily basis before 10 a.m.
Sanitizing his foot long.
I wonder if when he came in and did that, if the owner called like their friends and said, it's 9:30 and someone just ordered a footlong Italian with mayo.
With hots and onions.
You know how I like it.
You know how I like it.
You know how I like it.
Real gross. All right, we'll be back in just a moment. Ryan Johnston, the Bruins practiced yesterday. Obviously, Olympic hockey, 3 overtime games yesterday. Ryan Johnston will join us to talk about it in just a moment.
Take a picture.
Oh, no.
Ryan Johnston, of course, is the voice of the Boston Bruins on 98.5 The Sports Hub. The Bruins had their first practice since the Olympics started. Obviously, you had 3 out of 4 of these games in the Olympics go to overtime. There's a lot of Bruins participating in them. Pasternak had a goal yesterday. McAvoy obviously is involved with the United States team, a big part of that team. Pavel Zacha, who is injured and could not participate in the Olympics, practiced for the Bruins yesterday. It's been a long time since the Bruins have played hockey. Ryan Johnston, hello.
Morning, guys.
Good morning. What is that? Well, first of all, are you enjoying the time off? This is unprecedented for you.
It's been, it's been pretty nice. Take a little break in the schedule here and kind of relax for a couple of weeks because I was just looking at it. 25 games in 48 days when we get back next Thursday.
Jesus.
Really?
Oh, my God.
Yeah. 25 games left on the schedule, 48 days from the resumption of play to the last day of the season.
Oh, my Lord.
Oh, that doesn't seem smart at all.
That's not fun either. Wow.
Yeah, maybe cut the season to 75 games or something. I don't think that would... Do they need the gate that much? Like every team needs the extra 3 home games?
That's wild though. Whether you're talking about baseball, which would be an affront to both you, Fred, and John. I've never thought 162 games were necessary. But once you get to the level you're at, there's no way ownership will ever allow those number of games to decrease because of the gate.
Mm-hmm. Right, but if you're allowing the teams, like if the World Baseball Classics or say Olympic baseball was some big deal and the major league players could do it and they missed 2 weeks of the season, there's no way that they could jam in 162 games. If they took 2 weeks off, there's just no way because they would lose. First of all, it would be impossible to do because of pitching. I mean, you'd be losing starters essentially for like some teams would be losing their aces for a whole week.
The last CBA, they added an extra day onto the All-Star break, and that backed up games as it was.
Right.
I mean, that is ridiculous.
Because it would screw up your pitching so much because then, I mean, you would, like Paul Skeens would, if it's a gold medal game, like Paul Skeens would pitch, he might pitch 9 innings. He might throw like 110 pitches. And then then you got to wait. If you're the Pirates, you got to wait 5 days to pitch him. Like, there's no way they could play 162 games. So, how does this affect the guys, in your opinion, that haven't played? Like, what's practice like? How are they handling all this?
Yeah, so they just got back to practice yesterday. They had to call up a goalie so they could have have somebody to shoot at yesterday.
Right.
You still have a decent chunk of your team isn't back yet. The Americans obviously aren't there. The Swedes aren't there. The Finns aren't there. So you're missing a decent chunk of your team anyway. And so, kind of going into it, I think Beersy and I joked about it on our broadcasts about the guys who are going to the Olympics. Obviously, are playing a lot of hockey during this couple of weeks stretch here. The guys that have now made it into the medal round are, have a couple more games to go. So it's a decent amount of hockey plus the travel back and forth to Italy and, what's it going to do to those guys coming back into the league after this? And will we see guys getting hurt? Obviously yesterday, big news about potential of losing Sidney Crosby and all of that. And so, You kind of looked at it and it's like, okay, so what's it going to do to those guys? And then on the other side, it's not common for players to get this much time off in the middle of a season as well. So what does it do to those guys? Well, it depends on how do they spend their break. Are they lying on a beach and drinking pina coladas for the last couple of weeks, or have they been keeping up on their fitness and now they get back to kind of a regular practice schedule and into games next week. So. Going into this last, what did I call it, 48 days, it's impossible to know how teams are going to respond. The Bruins had one of the better records of the league going into this break, even though they stumbled in those last couple. Can they manage to recapture that when they come out of the break? That's a big question.
If the last 2 games, if I'm not mistaken, were Tampa and Florida, right?
Right.
And they lost in overtime in both of those games.
Right.
So getting 2 points on those 2 road games in Florida, you say they stumbled, but that's not. I mean, that's pretty good.
You felt very differently about both of those games. The Tampa outdoor game, they blew that huge lead.
Yeah, I mean, but take away the lead, blowing the lead.
They should have won the Tampa game outdoors. Certainly, you can't blow a 4-goal lead. The Florida game, they came back and ended up getting a point out of that. So maybe it turns out to be a wash.
I just think 2 points coming out of a road trip where you play Tampa away and Florida away is not the end of the world. Like I get what you're saying, that they lost 2 games in overtime, but going into that, if you get 2 points, those are two pretty good teams. I know Florida has been struggling a little bit, but that's still a pretty good team.
You go back over, they blew the lead against the Rangers about a week prior to that and ended up losing in overtime. They blew a lead against Nashville and ended up winning in overtime. So it's like, we've just kind of seen them in that last handful of games. They left a couple of points probably on the table there, but realistically, I mean, you go back to January the 8th is when they started on that winning streak. They've only lost once in regulation since then, in essentially a month's worth of games. And so even with, point here, point there that they didn't get, or maybe they, got a game to overtime like they did against Florida and ended up losing. And, you'd like to see them come out of that with a second point. There's not a lot to complain about, given that, they have gone on this stretch where earlier on in the season, they were leaving points on the table. Now it's like they've gotten points in, I forget what the number. It's like 13 of their last 14 games. And amazingly enough, because of the other teams in the Atlantic have been playing so well, they really haven't been able to gain any ground. They're still hanging on to that second wild card.
I wanted to get your opinion on David Pastrnak and Charlie McAvoy. Pastrnak, I don't want to say invisible the first preliminary round and then the first round of the knockout tournament, but he didn't play very well and up until yesterday. And McAvoy, the big news on him is the cage is off of his face. You would think his comfortability would be increased.
Yeah, I don't think there's any doubt about that. I don't think he ever really got, and most players don't ever get really comfortable wearing the bubble. It just impedes the vision. It fogs up, whatever it might be. But Pasta is he scored yesterday. He's had impact in these games, but you could clearly tell, like the first game that the Czechs played against Canada in the preliminary round, there was no doubt that Canada was making every effort to take away every bit of space that he had. I mean, they're keying on him every time that he's on the ice. And that's, that comes with being a star on a team that doesn't have as many stars as, as the Canadians do, as the Americans do. The Czech team isn't quite as deep there. And so they can really kind of focus on him. But to me, if you watch that game yesterday, not only does he have an impact on that game, but there were a number of other opportunities where guys either didn't finish or play got broken up at the last second, where I felt like he could have had one of those days that we've seen where he ends up with 3 or 4 assists, even though he's, maybe not at his best. It felt like kind of one of those days for him yesterday.
What do you think of the way that the Olympics have gone, and what do you think of Slovakia? Did you think Slovakia was going to be anywhere near this good in this tournament?
I can't say I went into the tournament thinking a whole lot about Slovakia.
Right.
From our vantage point, and I think rightfully so, it's, we're all kind of been.
Do we all know where Slovakia is?
No.
Right. Yeah. Try and find it on a map. Listen, you go down their roster, there's not a lot of household names on there. Thomas Tatar, Eric Chernak, Martin Fehervary, Yuri Slavkovsky from the Canadians. I mean, there's
household names. I understand.
Exactly. I mean, but there aren't a lot of names on there that even some hardcore NHL fans would recognize and go, oh, I remember that guy. So good on them. It's. A lot of it ends up being dependent on, kind of where you end up getting seated and who you end up playing. And, Slovakia managed to get Germany in the start of the knockout round. And so, put it to them. U.S. should should roll over that team, but right now it doesn't feel like the U.S. has kind of rolled over anybody. I don't think we've seen the best of the American team yet.
Is it true Slovakia only has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8? No, that can't be right. NHL players. No, that can't be right. I don't see Thomas.
Fred, there's not. I haven't done the full list, but I'm just looking at the roster that they put out there yesterday. There are not a lot of names that
I think
even
10.
to me jump out and go, oh, that's that guy. I don't know exactly who that guy is.
It is true, though, that it is a landlocked country in Central Europe, bordered by Poland to the north and Ukraine to the east, Hungary to the south.
Okay.
Why don't you have a foot-long sub? You know, if you're that into it. Oh yeah, they don't have a lot of. Oh wow, they really don't have a lot of NHL players on this thing. Oh, interesting. All right. Well, I look forward to you coming back, Ryan. I, for one. Hopefully, no one from the Bruins gets hurt. Hopefully,
yeah. Once you get a few of these games and the overtime games yesterday, I'm all set. I don't like Olympic hockey enough to where I don't need it to last that much longer. Of course,
Well, we've now gotten into the part where it becomes interesting. I mean, those first few games in the preliminary round, nobody's really. You're just playing for seeding. There's no real sense of urgency to it. The games yesterday, and I watched some or all of them, were really good. It's now playoff caliber hockey where the guys are going every shift. It gets more physical. And Charlie McAvoy had a very physical game yesterday, was throwing his weight around quite a bit. That was good to see because that's when he's at his best.
And no face guard.
Physically engaged. Yeah, had the bubble off for the first time. So he got clearance for that. So that's good news, certainly, here for the final 25 games. But the games tomorrow and Sunday should be a lot of fun to watch, and hopefully we get the U.S.-Canada matchup for the gold medal that I think we've all been kind of waiting to see.
Yeah, and look out because, of course, 8:10 a.m. on Sunday is when they play all the important games.
Oh, yeah.
I'm surprised the Super Bowl is so late in the day when they could have it at 8:10.
I'd be all in on a Super Bowl at like 9 o'clock on Sunday morning. That'd be great.
It would be like if I still drank, it would be a great bar day. Like it would just be like so fun. It would be like a Premier League fan. Like
Okay, but
just drinking at like 8 a.m.
Maybe not 9, but noon. A noon kickoff, so you go to the bar like at 9.
Yeah, my
That'd be
dad.
awesome.
My dad lived in Seattle when he first got out of college, and he was like, it was unbelievable because on Sundays we'd go to the bar at 8:30. Like all the bars were open. We go to the bar at 8:30. It'd be like I'd be asleep at 7 o'clock at night. Like it would just be like it was. There's no Sunday night football.
It's the great. You get so much more sleep living out on the West Coast. The games are all over by 8:30, 9 o'clock at night. It's the best.
And that's why responsible people start drinking at 8 in the morning. And no one understands that. No one understands that. All right, Ryan Johnston, thank you so much. Look forward to hearing you a week from today when you get back to the Bruins games.
I know.
Appreciate it.
And you will be hearing me a lot from that point forward.
Yeah. No rest. No rest for Ryan Johnston. Thank you, Ryan. All right, we will be back in just a moment.
Sports Hub headline.
Cooking soul.
Oh, yeah. It's the quiet storm, everyone. I'm taking you to a Thursday. One day away, people. You know, Thursday is a nice day to lay your lady down.
What?
Lay your lady down.
Okay. Yeah,
on the
I
bear
thought-
skin.
I thought you had said.
That bearskin rug is lonely in front of that fireplace. Don't waste the winter. Stoke the fire. Stoke the fire in the fireplace and in your lady's loins. Cook. Those pizza rolls are waiting. Whoa there. That's right. Alcohol.
You know how I like it.
Yeah, that's right.
That's right. Get that footlong sub out for the lady.
We might see sparks.
Yeah, you might.
Just an update. George is still not here, even though they've discussed his absence over an hour ago. Now, he does live...
It was 7:40 something when he said it was going to take him 45 minutes to get
Yeah,
here.
so you mean 6:40.
6:40 something.
Yeah, 6:40 something when he said it was going to take him 50 minutes. Someone emailed and said George had been talking on the night show about how he was going to be with us Thursday and Friday.
Okay.
So
okay.
Hardy had been skeptical of George not knowing he was on the schedule.
Yeah.
Well, here are the facts that we know. Ryan texted with George last night about George participating in a bit for the show. George claims he thought he meant over the phone, which is dubious, but sure.
Okay.
But then it was brought to my attention that George is on the schedule. So, see, if George said he slept in, Hardy and I talked about this at 6. Our plan was to, I don't want to make him feel bad. I mean, he just slept through his alarm or didn't set his alarm right. George tries really hard. He's super into it. But George just walked in. I don't want to buzz his balls, but the claiming that he didn't know is a little odd. Can you have George come in here, Ryan, if you would? He's
shaking hands. He's saying hello to everybody.
right. Like right now, George. I need you to come. George is shaking his head. He's taking off his jacket. He's literally taking off his jacket. He pushed it. George, what are you doing? What are you doing?
Oh, boy.
Whoa, what's he doing? I'm serious.
I think he's tying his boots.
He just took his jacket and his sweatshirt off.
Yeah.
Before he came into the studio.
He's getting ready.
No.
You just can't pop on the mic. You got to prep a little bit.
George, how are you?
Stretch.
Good to see you.
Oh, my
He's
God.
got the NWO Wolfpack shirt on.
Is that why you took your stuff off?
Yes, I needed to show the visual for the camera. We're on YouTube, you guys.
Yeah, but it's also live on the radio. And we have breaks that we have to get to.
Radio is kind of the first priority.
I didn't know we were big market teasing for 8 o'clock. I'm the only one in
No,
the studio
yeah.
with
It was
the
big
face,
market
not for
teasing
radio.
why you were late. That's right. We should have saved that for when more people are listening.
I should have waited in the parking lot an extra 5 minutes.
Absolutely, George. So, George, what you don't really need headphones and you might want to get in front of the mic rather than worry about that. What happened?
Well, I think the flute for President's Day was not a success. I heard the second.
No. Why are you late?
We will blame the producers on this one. We'll blame Beaton. God
You are
bless
a producer.
Jamelli. Jamelli did a great job to do the wake-up call in the morning. I was not prepped to be in studio thanks to Ryan.
Now, Ryan, why is that? Why are you blaming Ryan?
Well, he's the one who had orchestrated this. I had no idea I was being mentioned on air. And
No. Why weren't you in? You're on the schedule, to be a producer
here today.
Seriously?
Yes.
Oh my goodness, I had no idea.
Okay.
That would be my fault then. Yes.
Okay.
But
there is people saying that on the Joe show you said that you were coming in this week to be because Adam's out.
Oh, okay. And no wonder why 12 was teasing both days then. Am I in tomorrow as well?
Yes.
You should check the schedule.
I should check the schedule. My goodness.
I should have known when Scott didn't send me anything on Facebook about how you were going to be here today.
I would have promoted that. I definitely would have, yes.
Well, George, you know what?
Very quick to throw Ryan under the bus.
Well, he thought he was just in here for a bit. But no. George. No. Now I understand. Yes, you.
This is actually paid time.
Oh, yeah. You're being paid.
Yes.
Well, not for so much for the 2 hours that you missed.
Yeah, only half the pay.
That's
All
a
right,
Patriot.
Yes, yes.
Everyone makes mistakes. That's fine.
Yeah, I had a couple there on Monday, apparently.
A couple mistakes.
Well, I like I was saying, yeah, the pan flute, the Patriots pan flute. was
That's
not
okay.
a-
That's
was-
okay. Oh, no, that's
not
fine.
everything can be a hit, you know.
George, I liked it. It gave us a break.
Excellent.
Don't knock yourself down for being inventive.
We're going to give you.
I'm not kidding. That was funny. It was so random. It was funny.
Yes, and as you can imagine, I take it as a win. Doing a Zoe and Joe show for 4 hours, I would say I had them on the rails for about 60 to 90 minutes of that time.
There's nothing you can do about that, George. That's not you. That's so working on a holiday.
Yes.
All right, George. Well, I'm glad you're here.
Since George brought up the flute, should we present him with something, give him time to like acclimate himself with it?
Yeah. Very quickly, we brought in pan flutes for you. Anytime you feel like you want to, just walk up to a microphone and just start playing that thing.
Okay.
Now, don't do it during commercial reads, and don't do it during our interview with Karen Guregian, because she won't know what's going on.
That's an entire box set of instruments, the Bluey musical instrument set. You can take that home to your kids once you're done with it, but it's unopened, and you can practice on that. It's a recorder, I believe.
So yeah,
get yourself familiarized with
That's
that.
actually what was being played there on Monday. It was a recorder. Yeah.
Were you playing the recorder?
I wasn't. I actually. I'm flattered that you guys would take. I'm much like John here. I'm a woodwind expert. I'm a former clarinet player. Once upon a time, I could read the sheet music and play that on cue a lot better than the YouTube clip that I brought.
Do you have a clarinet?
No, I still don't. I don't have a clarinet anymore.
Because
Not
we
since
could have
seventh
YouTube go head to head in a battle.
Oh, my goodness, right.
I mean, let's put that on the books.
98.5 mile, but with Battle of the Clarinets.
We got to wait for 12 to be back, though, because he knows where to rent instruments for free for the library. The instrument exchange.
Well, that's where he gets his tents. And I'm not joking.
Does he really?
Oh yeah, he's talked about it. At his library, there's this like thing, like I forget what it's called, but it's like take it. And you can check out tents and things of that nature. And food. Bowls and glasses, and then you bring them back. All right, George. Well, I'm glad you're here. I, for one, am glad you're here.
Excellent. I did develop 2 stats and 1 lie. I literally thought I was here for one singular bit, but I guess that makes it more fun.
And it's not happening next, so you're off the hook. I don't know why you took your jacket and sweatshirt off before you came in, but nonetheless, thank you for doing that. All right, George. Go back and get acclimated.
And work.
Yeah. You're off the hook until 9. We'll do the 2 stats and 1 lie maybe at 9.
Excellent.
All right. We'll come back. Live Free or Buy. Hardy's got a new collection coming up in just a moment. Hey, we are Toucher and Hardy. Just very quickly, if you're watching us on YouTube, thank you. Subscribe to 98.5 The Sports Hub on YouTube. Download the podcast wherever. They have the experts over at ESPN picking. It's just the NFL experts. ESPN NFL experts is the authors of it. That's who it says. No specific names. Just know who they are. Well, Matt Bowen, Jeremy Fowler, Dan Graziano, Pamela Maldonado.
Shush. It's like the three tenors. You just know who they are, okay?
There's so many of them.
You don't have to rattle them off. But
Seth Walder?
We all know them by heart. Yes, Seth.
Jason Reed, Adam Schatz?
Yeah.
Well, I hope he's like Zolak.
No, Schatzman Crothers is what we call him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We call Zolak Scotty Schatz. After the footlong
That's
Italian.
actually a very good name for him. I like that a lot.
Yeah, Nicky Podcast and Scotty Schatz.
Scotty Schatz. I like that.
And Ben Solak. Ben Solak.
That's not it.
No, Ben Solak is one of the experts. Anyone have any just very quick guesses on who?
Now we get more.
Is anyone picking the Patriots for the Super Bowl? First of all,
No,
of course not. But is anyone picking Seattle?
No.
Yes, Seattle has been picked one time, but not to win.
No, the Rams would be the team, right?
Yeah, a lot of Rams.
Yeah.
A lot of Rams, and a lot of Bills, and a lot of Broncos. A lot of Rams, a lot of Bills, a lot of Broncos. Chiefs, Packers. That would be interesting.
I wouldn't be picking the Chiefs right now.
People like the Bears. Look for that's a team I think destined for a fall off. You got to imagine the Lions are better, and Green Bay's healthy. People started thinking when Green Bay was healthy, they were the best team in the league. I'm not sure Jordan Love's there, but Sam Darnold just won a Super Bowl, so should be interesting.
Who's the Schatzman picking?
Let's see here. Schatz. He's picking a trash can with a lid on it. Is what he's picking. He's picking a towel and a trash can with a lid on it.
We got a Honey Pot Hill situation.
You're going to show up later, and I'm going to start laughing uncontrollably. Don't do that.
That could not have been a good name to have in elementary school. Or at any point, really.
A locker.
We just call him past tense. What's up, past tense? Aaron Schatz, the NFL analyst for
Aaron. Okay.
Yeah, Aaron Schatz.
Aaron Schatz. Okay.
Mm-hmm. It's what they say it is obituary.
Okay.
Aaron Schatz, so many times in his life. Aaron Schatz for the last time on April 8th. In hospice care at the age of 95. Rams over Chargers is what he picks.
Okay.
He's predicting a fight for Los Angeles in SoFi Stadium.
Any Jaguars picks in there?
No. Rams, Broncos. I'll do this real quick. Rams, Broncos, Chargers over Packers, Commanders over Bills.
Commanders.
People like them with a healthy Daniels. Texans over Rams, Rams over Chargers, Chiefs over Rams, Broncos over Seahawks, 49ers over Bills, Chiefs over Packers, Rams over Broncos, Bears over Bills.
No Philadelphia at all, huh?
No, oddly, no.
Interesting.
There's not.
I would have guessed Philadelphia too as one of my first ones, but the Commanders are just going to seesaw now. They're going to be great. They're going to stink. Now they're going to be great. I would.
If you had to give an early pick very quickly, who would you pick? I'm just interested in this right now.
Bills Rams.
Bills Rams. Okay, you Johnny?
I was gonna say Bills Rams too, but to be different, I will say Rams and Denver.
I'm gonna say Detroit Denver. Hello.
Ooh.
Hello.
Like that.
Hello. I truly believe that.
We're going to L.A.
I think last year was an aberration. I think that they will get that line squared away. There was that late retirement last year that screwed up the whole line. Now they have picks and mid-round picks. They have they don't have much salary cap space because they've signed everyone on that team to legitimately, I believe, $1 billion worth of salary has been invested into these guys they've re-signed because of their drafting success.
See what Hardy just did there? He stuck that in. He said, "We're going to L.A."
Yeah, I mean, well, he can go to L.A. all he wants. I mean, I got no problem with that. Look, if L.A. was on even Central Time, I would love to go to L.A. But I like the city. I have friends there. There's no way I'm going to L.A.
Yeah, we can go. We can hang out with Scotty Schatz. It'd be great.
When did we decide that we were going to? Thank you. When did we decide or figure out that it was going to be in Vegas next? Is that 3 years from now?
That's the thought. It's going to be in L.A. next year, Atlanta in 2 years, and Vegas is the odds-on in 3.
Now, I will go to Atlanta 3 times if you want. I'll go to Atlanta all the time. I'd love to go to Atlanta.
You go to like next year? You'll go to Atlanta for the Super Bowl?
If you want me to go to Atlanta for anything, I'll definitely go. You want me to go to a Celtics-Hawks game? I'll go.
I'm like that with Vegas because I won't have to. To me, that's just you stay up and do the show.
When you were in Vegas, you were active, though. I don't know if that's still the case.
I still stay up late when I'm in Vegas.
Well, I imagine, but all night and then sleep all day.
All night, baby!
I mean, you got to slaughter it at that point. Up all night, sleep all day. You know? That's all you got to do. Yeah. All right.
You ready? Want to do this?
Yeah.
Okay.
Who's giving away crap in your neighborhood? In your neighborhood, in your neighborhood, or who's trying to sell crap in your neighborhood? It's time for Live Free or Buy.
Thanks to the Nextdoor app, we have many things available for purchase or just for the taking.
Now, the Nextdoor app, and I think I know, that's where people complain.
Well, that's every app, but yes, on the Nextdoor app, there's a lot of complaining, but there's a lot of questions being asked, like, what's with the police lights over on such and such street? Anybody know what's going on with the helicopter hovering?
I don't need to know if any of my neighbors have a problem with me. Obviously, in Newton, no one talks, so it's a very friendly place.
There was a guy complaining on the Nextdoor app about the gentleman one street over from me who was rumored to and then actually witnessed to be feeding the coyotes. You know, like how some people will feed the squirrels or feed the deer.
By hand at all?
He was putting raw hamburger out for the coyotes.
Why? Attract a pack of them. That's a smart move.
It's like, having a pet dog. But, he didn't have to let him in the house.
What's the definition of a coyote? Like a wild dog?
A cat killer. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because
that's what they're known for.
People will freak out about coyotes, and I'm like, I don't even know what they are. How do you tell the difference between that and a dog?
You've never seen a coyote?
I have, but they just look like dogs to me. It's always at night.
Well, how'd you know it was a coyote?
I was told. They're like, oh my God, a coyote just ran across the road.
I mean, the big ones look like German shepherds.
Yeah. So they're just wild dogs?
Kind of.
Okay.
A little more ornery.
Well, listen,
make a lot of noise during mating season. We hear them in the woods.
That's hot.
Quite a racket.
That's hot. I mean, as long as they're getting it in, that's all.
Well,
all right.
Gentlemen, a couple of items here. And specifically for this time of year, the Lee faux fur, faux spelled incorrectly, lined jean
How'd they
jacket.
spell faux?
F-U-A-X.
Oh.
So it's Fwox.
Yeah.
Lee Fwox fur-lined jean jacket, extra large men.
Woo! Now, I like a good sheep wool lined jean jacket because then you get the collar up, and when you're working on cars outside, and you're listening to Foghat, you really do it up.
You ever put on like any kind of a wool lined or like a fake fur jacket? They're the comfiest things ever.
Well, yeah, but it depends what patches you have on it. If it's Iron Maiden and Dokken, then yeah, I put that on before.
Would you be looking to purchase one of these items, or would you think someone's giving it away?
A used jacket?
A Lee faux fur lined jacket.
Well, I do appreciate
Denim
that
jacket.
it's faux fur because I don't like killing
meat
these
is
things.
murder.
Exactly. I'm going to say they're asking for money.
Yes.
That is correct. The question is how much?
$45.
I'll say 70.
Very good, John. It's $75.
Oh, my.
Yes, you can pick it up
Well, it is
right
French.
now in Lower Alston. Now, something that goes to my heart, the Nicoderm CQ Clear Patch 2-week kit. Now, this gentleman in High Rock Junction claims that he used only 2 of them, but discovered an allergic reaction. So you, too, could play around with your allergies if you've never tried the Nicoderm Transdermal System 21 milligram stop smoking aid. 14 clear patches. Again, 2 of them have been used, so it's really only 12. Is this for free or is this for purchase?
Just very quickly, you know the story of my dog eating my dad's Nicoderm gum, do you not?
I don't think so.
Okay, so we had a dog named Toon, and he ate like my father's like a whole pack of Nicoderm gum, which really helped my father quit smoking. He would just chew Nicoderm gum while he smoked. So, and I'm not making that up.
Boy.
So my dog ate a pack of Nicoderm gum, and you know stairs go up, and there's like Hardy would probably know the name, but stairs go up, and there's that like level, and then they go up in a different direction. What do you call like the flat level?
Landing?
Okay, fine. So the dog was on the landing. I swear to you, it went. not, but no. So it was like, oh my God, and then like it made a noise with its throat, and we went, what is that? I left my room. My father he didn't get out of bed, but he expressed what was going on. The dog had exploded diarrhea. The ceiling was at least 10 feet high from that landing. I swear to God there was poo on the ceiling. Whoa. My mom, because the woman.
Blamed you.
No, that's only when I was injured.
Oh, all right.
My mom, you're making me feel bad. You're injured and it's scaring me, Freddie. Why'd you do this to me?
Right.
No, my mother had to get on a step ladder and clean the ceiling. My dog exploded diarrhea. Did not poo, but exploded diarrhea.
Man.
It probably ate 20 of the Nicoderm and swallowed them, obviously, the Nicoderm gums.
Yeah.
So just knowing that you can get that diarrhea, I'd imagine, I imagine off the shelf, what's that, $55 all in
Sure.
at a Wegmans?
Yeah, it's the right price.
$28.
I'm going to go. He just, get these away from me. I'm not selling them. It's going to be free.
Look at that. John Wallach deducing.
Hey,
very good.
Quit smoking on your own.
Yeah.
Look, I'm helping the world. No problem.
Well, since you told the story about the dog, Fred, how about a trick-or-treat collar? This is a dog collar that says trick-or-treat.
All right. Now, can this be used in a Robert Mapplethorpe way?
You can use it however you want, but it is...
Can you attach a leash to it?
It is so... Yes.
Wait, we had Dan in here yesterday, and we started talking about Robert Mapplethorpe. I don't know how we got onto that.
He was doing a dumb game, and the guy's last name was Thorpe. It was like a really bad game.
Oh, that's right.
And Adam said in my ears, Mapplethorpe, and like looked at me, and I'm like, oh, yeah. Let's pivot.
So
and start talking about Robert Mapplethorpe.
He's like, Wallach, look up Robert Mapplethorpe photos and show them to Dan. Unfortunately, there's a filter system here, so I couldn't get the good Mapplethorpe photos. So Fred
I got him saved
them
like the Zoe throw-up sound. I could have shown them
Fred
to you right away.
got them on his phone, walked over and put them in front of Dan's face. And the look on Dan's face was really something. Of all the videos, you're talking about hatred for videos. I wanted a video of that.
Okay.
Not an art lover.
I cannot suggest enough the HBO documentary on Robert Mapplethorpe. I was watching it. A friend heard the show yesterday, was asking about the Mapplethorpe thing. Ugh. Okay, so his photos are in the Getty Museum. They are kept in this refrigerated room in these like locked boxes, like curated like, dinosaur artifacts. So it's 2 women and 2 men at this part of the documentary. And they're talking about his relationship he had with this man. And they take this thing out of the box. They're wearing gloves. They open it up. It's a picture of Mapplethorpe with a leash connected to a collar that's on a uncomfortable part of the man. And not...
I understand.
But the other stuff.
Yeah.
There's 2 of them.
Yeah.
And he's and he's pulling, and they're going... look at the intimacy of this photo.
Right.
They're like, and he's looking at the camera, and it just shows the love between the two of them.
Yes.
And it's like, well, there's a collar around that thing. That's not your concern?
No, it's
looks very uncomfortable, to say the least. And he's in total control with that leash.
There's an Askins.
That's how they get bulls to buck, you know? It ain't right. There are points in that movie where you go, huh, how is this? This is worse than Hustler.
I'm no prude, but the people against funding this with federal money may have been onto something.
The reason my friend wanted to see it, because my friend said, what could possibly shock you? Like you in particular, like what could shock you?
Right.
Like how did something legitimately shock you? I have to see it. And I'm like, okay, it's on HBO. Like I didn't like go on the dark web. This is on HBO, but there are and I will hand it to him. It's really hard to do. But in the age of the internet and in the age of all this porn, there are photos by Robert Mapplethorpe where I was like, dear Lord, holy Moses. People do that for pleasure, huh? I mean, there's a million pictures of penises and it's like, whatever. But like, no. And even gay sex, it's like, whatever. But there's stuff that you're like.
But it's for pleasure and for art.
Listen, if it is art in that it's incredibly shocking and it can shock me. So, I mean, it had an effect in art is to have an emotional effect on someone, and I found it shocking. And if it makes people appalled and it's not hurting anyone, you know, at least they're not complaining. It's not hurting anyone and they're adults. You got to do what you got to do. All right, one last one, Hardy.
We've all received items shipped to us, either food or sometimes medicines shipped in a styrofoam cooler with some ice packs in it. What do you do?
My God.
What do you do with the styrofoam cooler?
Well, you can't throw it away because it's not biodegradable.
Yeah, you throw it in the trash. You can't recycle it.
No.
But you just throw it in the trash.
Oh, no, styrofoam, though. I mean, it's like the packing material. You don't keep that in a closet?
Do you ever use that styrofoam cooler again?
Well, it depends. Was it used to transport a human kidney?
No, they use igloos.
Was there like a famous person that got a kidney from one of those? A styrofoam cooler.
9 by 11 by 12, high interior measurements, 6 by 8 by 9, can be used to ship items that need to be refrigerated. So this is a styrofoam shipping container with cold packs.
Oh, they're including cold packs?
They're including the cold packs, which also immediately get thrown away because once you save 4 or 5 of them in your freezer, we don't need one of these, much less 10 of them. So you just throw them away. But on the Nextdoor app, would you like these, John? And would you like to buy them, or do you just want to have them?
I think there are a lot of details included in such said styrofoam pack. I think that if he or she was just getting rid of them, it's like, here, a lot of details on what it's used for. They are charging money for this.
Well, it'd be strange even to have the inclination to sell it at all, but I will say $19.99.
John, all over everything today, and you, Fred. Yes, $15.
Oh,
there you go. The answer.
Very good. Okay, well, there you go. Karen Guregian will be joining us. A lot of questions here in the offseason for the Patriots. She's all over it. She's with Mass Live now, and we will talk to her in just a moment.
Toucher and Hardy.
We are Toucher and Hardy. Karen Guregian is, of course, longtime Patriots reporter and now she's with Mass Live Sports. Karen, hello.
Hello. I'm going to apologize ahead of time for my post-head cold voice. Actually, some people think it's pretty good, but, it just kind of comes and goes.
You got a Kim Carnes thing happening. That's very exciting.
Oh, I like that.
That's it.
Just sing Betty Davis eyes and we'll be all good. That's what I need. All right, look, you sound fine. It gives you a rough hue that's good for the region. All right. Okay, so here we go. Free agency's coming up. Cuts could be made. Let's start with specific players. What's your read on the Diggs situation?
Well, logically, a receiver who's going to be turning 33, you probably don't want to have a $26.5 million cap hit with you. And I think his price escalates to like $22 million and change a year. Now, Diggs was great this year. There's no question about that. He, especially coming back from an ACL, so he was surprisingly really good in the locker room too. He was kind of the flag bearer for Mike Vrabel's culture, and he helped set that tone. But all that being said, he does turn 33. He was pretty much disappeared during the postseason when teams really paid attention to him. So I'm thinking, if I'm running the team, that, either he comes in and agrees to some kind of restructure to help with the money situation, or I cut him.
Okay, so you think that's a opportunity, and do you think if you could cut him, do you think he'd be a commodity out there? People would want him?
Well, again, his age is factoring against him, and I think it would have to be a right situation where I would say a contending team is looking for a little more bump in their receiver room. But again, he's not going to get the type of money that he's probably looking for coming off a 1,000-yard season. So he might take a look at it and say, look, the grass might not be greener elsewhere. I'm willing to work with you to restructure. But, in this day and age, it's the rare athlete who restructures to help a team.
Yeah, that was going to be my question, Karen, and specifically with the Patriots. Like, if you had asked anyone 2 months ago, say, wow, this is a destination team now. And, we've heard about guys like Max Crosby who wanted to play for the Patriots. They want to play for Vrabel. Do you think, like, if that were going to be an option for any player before, as unlikely as it is for guys willing to restructure or take sweetheart deals to play with this team, do you think maybe some of that fell off a little bit based on how they performed in the playoffs? Yes, they made the Super Bowl, but they didn't look great getting there, and then we all know what happened in the last game.
No, I don't think. I really think that they, with the totality of the season that they had, with all the exposure that Mike Vrabel had and how he conducts business, with the MVP caliber season Drake May had, this is by far a much better destination than it was a year and 2 years ago. I think with them getting to the Super Bowl, at least, people are going to look at them and say, well, at least I'm going to be on a contending team. I'm going to be playing for a coach who all the players seem to love, who love his culture. And especially if I'm a receiver, I am getting to catch passes from the, so-called next great quarterback in the NFL. So I don't think them losing in the Super Bowl necessarily hurt them in terms of free agency.
Overall, though, Karen, Mike Vrabel has a decision to make. His team just went to the Super Bowl, but he was all about building a program. I've asked this of a lot of people, and you get a lot of different answers. If the Patriots have an opportunity to expend multiple first-round picks to get a high-impact player like a Max Crosby in here, should they do it, or should they keep those draft picks and continue to build the program like they wanted to in the first place?
I'd go for Max Crosby. Me personally, yes. I mean, I think you saw through the course of the postseason teams with really elite pass rushes or elite pass rushers. They're in the postseason. They make quarterbacks' lives miserable. They can change the course and complexion of a game. The Patriots didn't have that. You know, that was kind of one element that was missing is, you know, I don't think they really struck fear or terrorized any quarterback, with the exception of Justin Herbert. But that was largely due to his offensive line. But you really need that element. You need that ingredient. You need that elite pass rusher, at least one, to have that teams have to worry about. And you know, Max Crosby would really put that defense from, you know, what showed to be very good in the playoffs to an elite level. I mean, look at Seattle. I mean, the Patriots had no answer to stop their pass rush.
Right. Now, what do you think it would take to get a Max Crosby, if you had to guess?
Well, it's out there that the Raiders want 2 first-round picks, but I'm not giving up 2 first-rounders. I would consider a first-rounder and maybe a second-rounder, but I'm not giving up 2.
And would you give the first and seconds in the same draft? They might not want that because they might want a second-round pick next year.
Yeah, that's a great question, because again, when you're considering the Patriots now, look, they're picking 31st here. So it's not like in the past where you're going to get a top 10 pick. So, but theoretically, are the Patriots going to get back to the Super Bowl next year? Probably not. So the draft pick will at least move up the board a little bit in the coming years. If you're a team that's looking to, again, really reload and rebuild, perhaps you want to spread out those picks. So you'll take a first rounder next year and then maybe a second rounder the year after. I mean, that's how you kind of refortify by adding more bullets in the draft.
Well, there's teams
in successive years.
Yeah, there were teams at the deadline that made deals specifically for 2027 draft picks. In that, not only for the reason that you just mentioned, that the Patriots, you know, chances are they'll be picking, you know, higher in the draft than 31st next year. Also, the 2027 draft, looking ahead, is far superior to this
better.
one.
Oh yeah, the last couple drafts. I mean, this past draft. I mean, if you're in the top 10, what did you get? You didn't get a stud. You really didn't. So, teams do look at that and do project, and especially if you need a quarterback, they'll be looking at that as well.
All right, I wanted to ask you about what do you think happens with Barmore? He's got that court case coming up and everything else. Mm-hmm. He's obviously very important, but where do you think the Patriots draw the line, or do they with him?
Yeah, I flip on that back and forth. Again, if you're the big culture builder like Vrabel, and if you're looking for a certain type of athlete or a certain type of, you know, guy who fits in with, you know, all the things you're looking for, Barmore isn't that guy, you know. Now, that being said, him and Vrabel seem to have a very good relationship where Barmore swears by him. But by the same token, Barmore was pushing away Vrabel, who was trying to control him during one game.
Mm-hmm.
So I think the Patriots just have to decide, is he more trouble than he's worth? And by trouble, I mean, having to deal with whatever the outbursts on the field or the trouble off the field. Are they willing to kind of put up with or swallow those type of distractions? Because, again, he is a very good player. And next to Milton Williams, that gives them a formidable force up front. So, again, you have to decide. You can't have all choir boys on the team. So you have to decide, is Barmore worth the trouble?
Right, and that will be, I think, one of the more interesting discussions after the Max Crosby thing. And if you throw A.J. Brown into it, who knows? But, I mean, outside of trading for a star, that's really, I think, the most interesting thing, the question of the offseason.
Right, and I think also, the Patriots spent a lot of money in free agency last year. Are they going to be willing to go the extra mile this year? Because their tendency is after they spend big, they don't the year after. So, it's going to be interesting to see, how committed they are financially to improving a team that was a win away from a championship.
Right.
I mean, that's going to be really interesting to me.
Yeah, and how much May's future and Gonzalez's future and those contracts
it's all going to factor in. And if they factor in the fact that the schedule is going to be a lot different, if they just take the Stark approach, it's like, well, we were just one win away, that we don't need to spend a lot of money.
Stand pat, pat, do nothing.
You can't do that.
We'll see where you land.
Yeah. Right, and then there's that conversation: do you go all in on Max Crosby, or do you need more than that? And do you need more young players? And da 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 da.
Well, they do need more, but again, pound for pound, the talent on their roster just doesn't quite. I think you saw it in the Super Bowl.
Oh yeah.
The team with the better talent, the team with the better roster, was so much better in the Super Bowl.
Well, we just saw it, I think, in the playoffs. I mean, you had a Chargers team that looked completely inept on offense. You had an all-time meltdown by a Texans quarterback. Now, I know the Patriots defense is very good. And then you played Stidham in a 10-7 game in the AFC Championship game. Chances are these things are not happening again. I mean, again,
along with the easy schedule,
not taking anything away from the Patriots, but
along with the fact that teams are onto them now. They know they're good. They're not going to sneak up on anybody. Teams are going to know that they're in for something when the Patriots show up. So they'll, they aren't going to be considered a tomato can like they were the previous 2 years.
Yeah.
So with all these things factored in, you can't stand pat. No. I mean, you have to, and I'm not saying, applying Band-Aids doesn't work either. I mean, you need to go out and get legitimate players and a legitimate talent, at positions where you need it. Pass rusher is one. Wide receiver is another. Offensive line is another. So, again, it's going to be interesting to see, do the Patriots, apply Band-Aids and patch spots, or do they go for it?
All right. Well, Karen Guregian, great stuff. Reader in Mass Live. She's the best. Karen, thank you so much.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Karen Guregian. Kim Carnes Guregian, as we.
Hello.
All right. We'll be back in just a moment. Here are the headlines.
Sports Hub headlines, presented by Celsius Energy Drinks.
Celtics are officially back from the All-Star break. They kick off a 4-game West Coast road trip tonight against Golden State. Grandy and Max have the pregame at 9:30 and the tip-off at 10 here on 98.5 The Sports Hub. Everyone on the Celtics roster except for Jason Tatum is in tonight. Steph Curry is out for the Warriors. He has a sore knee, but former Celtic Kristaps Porzingis is expected to make his Warriors debut against the Green this evening. At the Winter Olympics, the U.S. men's hockey team 3-1. They beat Sweden in overtime yesterday, 2-1. Quinn Hughes, the game-winning goal. U.S. has reached the semifinals of the knockout round. They'll play Slovakia tomorrow afternoon. Canada plays Finland in the other semifinal tomorrow morning. There is some concern about Sidney Crosby. He needs imaging today for a lower body injury and was not at practice this morning. The U.S. women's team will play the gold medal game today against Canada, and the Bruins had their first practice back from their Olympic break yesterday. Pavel Zacha on the ice in a non-contact uniform. The next game for the Bruins isn't until a week from tonight at home against Columbus. Sports Hub headlines are brought to you by Blue Sky Restoration Contractors. If you're experiencing property damage from ice dams, roof leaks, or burst pipes, our guys at Blue Sky are ready to respond 24/7. So visit goblusky.com, restoring your property and your life for a brighter tomorrow. I'm John Wallach on Boston's Home for Sports 98.5 The Sports Hub. Your next update at 9 o'clock.
You're listening to Toucher and Hardy on the Sports Hub.
This is Sean Grandy, voice of the Celtics. Tune in tonight at 9:30 for Star Market Celtics Tonight. And check out the Star Market app. Earn rewards and save on your groceries and gas with Star Market for you. Download the Star Market app today. Go shopping, get rewarded. Star Market, the official supermarket of the Boston Celtics radio network.
Hey, Big Papi here. People always ask me about LASIK. Was it hard? Not at all. At Boston Vision, the procedure was quick, comfortable, and over before I know it. And the recovery? Fast. I could read my phone the very next day without grabbing my glasses. No long downtime, no problem. Just great vision. The Boston Vision team make everything easy from start to finish. If you have been putting off LASIK, done. Step up to the plate with Boston Vision. Trust me, it's a home run. Because your best vision is a Boston Vision.
This President's Day, celebrate big savings all month at McGovern Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram in Boston, Newton, and Acton. They're rolling out legendary deals. Get a new 2026 Jeep Grand Cherokee Altitude X. You can lease it for $399 a month for 39 months, 7,500 miles per year with $399 due at signing. Make your President's Day savings monumental this month at McGovern Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram. Shop now at McGovernCJDRDealers.com. That's McGovernCJDRDealers.com. Take delivery by 3/2/26. Tax, title, license, and dealer fees are extra. On approved credit, see dealer for details.
Hey guys, it's David Andrews. If you're headed to a game this season or just looking for the best Italian food in Boston, then you gotta go see my guy Massimo and Aria Trattoria in the North End, located on Hanover Street. Let Massimo and his team do their thing with family-style feasts, prime meats, local seafood, homemade pasta, the best meatballs in Boston, and extensive wine list. Aria Trattoria has it all. Old-world Italian with modern flair. Valet parking out front with second-floor dining overlooking Hanover Street and the North End. That's Aria Trattoria. Check them out and tell them David sent you.
Mike Rowe here with another fun fact. If your concrete is cracked or uneven, you can actually lift it back up. Whether it's a sinking driveway, a patio, or a sidewalk, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to lift your concrete slabs. Busy Dog Basement Technologies is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
When you're on the go, count on Mass General Brigham Health Plan with 24/7 support, helpful digital tools, and world-class providers. We offer coverage for individuals, families, employers, and retirees, all connected to one of the world's leading healthcare systems. Whether you're playing pickleball in Boston Seaport or hiking with your dog up Mount Wachusett, you can be free to live in your moment. Learn more at massgeneralbrighamhealthplan.org.
At Service Credit Union, trust isn't just a value, it's their promise. A promise to stand with those who serve our communities every day. I'm Charlie McAvoy, and I'm proud to partner with Service Credit Union to support the health, safety, and financial well-being of first responders. With competitive rates, easy online banking, and personal service, Service Credit Union puts people before profits. Service Credit Union. Success built on trust, banking built on service. Become a member today at servicecu.org/73reasons and join thousands making a difference.
Big Jim here. Boston Tough isn't a slogan. It's how things actually get done around here.
We are Toucher and Hardy. Obviously, the Olympic hockey yesterday with 3 overtime games was outstanding. I got to tell you, though, I can't watch curling anymore, even in the background. It's on. When does this end?
Never ends.
It's on forever.
Never ends. You know what that is? Curling, for all broadcasts across every NBC network, it's the safety net. When there's nothing else on, when all the other events are on a break, they go to this.
It's like Law and Order.
It's a very good point.
The Law and Order of Olympic events.
Agreed.
Yeah, they just have a Tubi channel that's just curling. Because I tell you, my son and I went out to eat last night at like 7:30. Curling was on.
Yeah,
it's 8:52 in the morning. Curling's on.
Yeah.
Yep.
When does the curling stop? And there's like simultaneous matches going on right now. How much can be involved in this? When do they start eliminating people?
I just saw a graphic before we came back on. They're still in the preliminary round, and they play like 8, 9, 10 preliminary games. I mean, I don't know when it ends, but Fred's right. It's like 5 shuffleboard courts like right next to each other.
Because as boring as everything else is, outside of the hockey for me, because I don't participate in it and I have no frame of reference, seeing people go off jumps and stuff is like at least visually stimulating for a moment.
And outside of the thrower, or whatever you call the person who's pushing the stone down there, how tough is this?
Well, I'm sure that it's tough, but so is darts.
No. To be one of the people that sweeps.
Look, man, I'm sure there's a bunch to it, but I don't care enough. Like darts. Now, in London, in the UK, darts are on TV. And by the way, there was the best dart player in the world at one time in the 80s, 70s, 80s, would drink upwards of 20 pints of lager during his matches. 20 pints, like chugging pints. And he would just go up there and dominate. You watch old footage of him. It's on YouTube. There's 2,000 people watching him play darts. Like, it's a whole situation. He was a huge star there.
But watching darts is more about the guy announcing the score. That's who's the most famous guy was.
Watching darts, my point is this. Watching darts is impossible. It's fun to see the guy drink, but not for an hour. Like, you can watch like a 5-minute documentary on the guy.
Jockey Wilson.
He died like at 59 or 58 or something. He died of his organs all failed on him.
Well, 62. That's
Okay,
a bit decent.
Yeah, good run. So, what did he die of?
Well, he was dogged by health problems.
Go figure.
Retired from the game in December of 1995. Withdrew from public life.
How do you retire from darts? I mean,
because you can't do it anymore.
Physically, you're incapable.
Handshaking.
Oh.
Wilson frequently consumes sweets and generally refused to brush his teeth, stating, "My gran told me the English poison the water." He lost his last tooth by the age of 28.
Oh, boy.
Following his 82 world title win, he paid £1,200 for dentures, but later complained that the dentures made him belch when drinking.
Does it say anything about the amount of beer he would consume during a match?
Many stories of Jockey Wilson tell of his heavy drinking. John Lowe said of Wilson, one minute he could be the nicest man on earth, and the next extremely offensive, to say the least. I've lost count of the amount of times he'd come up to me and say, "Sorry about last night."
There you go. We've all been there. We've all been there. All right, look, listen, I have got tickets. Here's what I'm going to do, Ryan. I have tickets to see, John, I don't want you jumping out of your skin, nor do I want Barth or Maz or anyone else to get too excited.
Oh, don't say it.
McCarthy, I would imagine.
He just announced it, too.
I have got, in my hot little hand here, a pair of tickets to see Bruce Springsteen and the E Street Band.
I'm not eligible?
I'm taking is May 24th at the Garden. Tickets go on sale Saturday at 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com. Now, these ticket price is only $5,000.
Welcome to the hottest new show going right now.
That's right, Bruce Springsteen.
So, listen, he doesn't have enough money. Eddie Trunk is all over Springsteen for overcharging for tickets.
Where's he playing?
He's playing the Garden. So, I mean, he could easily play Foxborough, and he's playing the Garden. So
he could play the Garden. How many nights could Bruce sell at the Garden?
5.
Okay,
easily.
So if he didn't do New York, like if he was like, I'm going to do a residency at the Garden, I don't even 5 days a week for 2 months, easily, maybe more. I mean, Billy Joel did that dumb residency at the Madison Square Garden, and people went out of obligation.
That was like a decade he did that.
Yes.
Yeah.
He played it. I watched the documentary on him. It was really good. He played. I don't like Billy Joel. The documentary was really good. I mean, like you see the crowd, they're like, it's almost like they against their will, they floated in. It was some kind of like because again, Billy Joel is an obligation. We've gone through this with John, working through the process of John seeing Billy Joel. He started to realize that he did. Remember, you started to he at first he fought it, but then he started realizing, oh yeah, I feel obligated to go every time he's in
Fenway.
town.
Yeah,
right.
Fenway was he would come through Fenway every year.
Yeah, and you didn't really want to go, but you just felt like you had to.
By the way, Springsteen is one of those guys. We were talking about residency at the Sphere. He could do that.
Sure. Oh, yeah. He could do anything. And by the way, Springsteen played, the only time I've seen him, he got up on stage with the Dropkick Murphys. He was very good friends with Tim Brennan. Brennan got engaged at one of his shows on stage. Oh. But Springsteen came out, and there's no doubt. Like, when you see him, it's a whole thing. Like, he exudes that, like, otherworldly charisma that you can't help but get caught up in. I do see that. He has that weird thing that only a few people have.
He's got it, Fred.
But when you're in the same room as it is like something else. Like, I mean, you go, oh, wow. Even though I don't like this guy's music, particularly, I don't hate it. But, like, even though I'm not a fan, like, this is a whole situation. Like, the room is changed. Like, he is shining this, whatever vibration is happening off of him.
I've seen that happen. Yep.
Well, anyway, we'll have those tickets coming up next. Plus, George is here, finally.
Okay.
Toucher and Hardy, 98.5 The Sports Hub. This is Boston's home for sports. WBC-FM at HD Boston. 98.5 The Sports Hub. A Beasley Media Group station. Essential Sports Hub headline. Presented by Celsius Energy Drinks.
Celtics will return from the All-Star break tonight. They open up a West Coast road trip in San Francisco against Golden State. Grandy and Max have the pregame at 9:30 and the tip-off at 10 here on 98.5 The Sports Hub. Everyone outside of Jason Tatum available for the Green. Steph Curry is out for the home team. He's got a sore knee. Kristaps Porzingis is listed as questionable, but is still expected to make his Warriors debut this evening. In Winter Olympics news, the U.S. men's hockey team beat Sweden in overtime yesterday 2-1 to reach the semifinals of the knockout round. Quinn Hughes, the game-winning goal. The U.S. plays Slovakia tomorrow. Canada plays Finland in the other semifinal tomorrow morning. Sidney Crosby not at practice today. He needs imaging for a lower body injury. The gold medal game of the U.S. women's tournament is this afternoon. The U.S. will play Canada. Bruins had their first practice back from their Olympic break yesterday, and the Major League Baseball Players Association has voted to promote the second-in-command Bruce Meyer to the interim lead role in the wake of the resignation of Tony Clark earlier this week. Sports Hub headlines are brought to you by Best Ford in Nashua. Looking for great deals on a new Ford? Go to the Best first. Best Ford in Nashua. Head to bestford.com. I'm John Wallach on Boston's Home for Sports, 98.5 The Sports Hub. Your next update at 9:30.
Diving effort. He's got a breakaway. To the backhand. Throws it in front. Coming to the spot.
The Sports Hub. What's the best way to listen to Toucher and Hardy?
Well, you're going to have to spend $40.
Cough it up, and let's get back to Toucher and Hardy on the Sports Hub.
Hardy, caller number 10 to the contest line, 617-931-0985. Will score a pair of tickets to see the Bruce Springsteen and the E Street Band. May 24th at the Garden. Tickets go on sale Saturday at 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com. We'll make videos every day. You have to make videos of the show, and you put them up on socials at Toucher and Hardy. And by now we know like what kind of reaction some videos will get. And there was one yesterday of me and talking to Chris Forsberg. And Forsberg, forever has been like, Jason Tatum is, and I'm getting to somewhere involving George with this. Jason Tatum is, he wants to come back on his birthday. We're not making this up. You have to understand we're reacting to this information that is being presented to us. He wants to come back at home. He wants to do this. And you would think coming off of that devastating an injury, you would just do like what you're supposed to do for physical fitness. And now, your health. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Right? Okay.
Sure.
We asked Cedric Maxwell about it. He said, yes, I would want to come back like in Charlotte on the road. Like I'd want to get my legs under me. I wouldn't want to be like overwhelmed and like push too hard. All these things. So there's a video. And by the way, another wrinkle into it is they're making a documentary of his rehab process. Apparently NBC is involved. And there is some speculation that like they want this documentary to end in grand fashion with this like huge... now, again, this is information being presented to us. This is not hypothesizing on it. People are saying there is a belief that this is happening, and then our job as personalities is to react to it. I compared this documentary to Threat Level Midnight, which is the Michael Scott movie that he made in the show The Office.
Now, is that the one where the protagonist is Michael Scarn?
Yes, it is. He is Michael Scarn. He is an agent, and you'll recall. And the point of that was that the joke of Threat Level Midnight was, look at all this effort that Michael Scott put into this thing that ultimately no one wants to see. That's the whole premise of it on the show. That's what I thought Jason Tatum's documentary was. So Nick made a video of it. I collaborated on it at Fred Toucher. And when that goes out, everyone's going to go fire Fred and he's a piece of garbage and da-da-da-da. And that's kind of the point. And so it's fun. But Sam_8_7_9 took it a step too far. And George, I wonder if you know Sam879. Because it says this. George is here because Adam is out. Now, you'll recall he was an hour and a half late to the show, but no one got on him. Everyone, did we, George?
No,
We understood. And you have our full support. Now, here is what this man said in response to the Tatum video.
My burner account.
Great to see Fred's therapy is going well. Sarcastic. And I'm not in therapy. Should be. Hard to get. Never thought these cowards would go as low as to bully someone like George. Now, how do you spell your name?
Like Jorge.
Yes. He spells it with a G.
Gorge.
Idiot. Not you, him. When he's not there, obviously, yesterday, but these guys are really funny and really tough. Good thing they put George in his place when he wasn't there, obviously. George, what's he talking about?
Well, that's my cousin, obviously, Sam. Shout out to you, Sam, from Fitchburg. They're sticking up for me, obviously, you know, the little guy. But what I can appreciate about you guys is anything that's said off air, you guys will just say and relay to me in my face. So, you know,
George, what was so upsetting with your people, the Sams of the world? What was said that was so upsetting about you?
I'm such a polarizing guy. You know, people just stick up for me. You know,
But my point is, what was there to stick up for?
You know, the slights, you know, you're not understanding why I am the people's champion, you know.
How is that a slight, George?
People obviously understand.
Isn't that what you exactly want? Is people to go, what's going on with George?
Exactly. The conundrum that is George, yes.
Right. Yeah, you don't want it to be obvious. You don't want to say people's champion, have everybody understand what that means.
Exactly.
The question ends up being part of the persona.
Because I'm very much, and I want to explore this with you, and just with everyone in the room, I'm very interested in how it's punching down when someone refers to themselves as the people's champ.
How can you punch down at the people's champion?
And you don't understand it. Like, how is that in any way insulting or bullying?
Well, you know, what I don't appreciate from you guys are the short jokes, okay? Just because I'm
George, you're very
challenged,
short.
Okay? Telling me I'm 5'2" on air, you know,
well, how tall are you?
5'5" on the license.
George.
I would say 5'4" when I had hair. 5'3". It was
so 5'2".
So 5'2".
Yeah, so you're 5'2", 5'3". Okay.
Yesterday, when Fred said, when it rains, you're the last one to find out.
I did not say that. That would be.
I thought that was out of line.
That's a Henny Youngman joke. I would never steal from him.
Making fun of my weight. I'm already self-conscious of that T-bone.
Making fun of you for being thin? Oh, get out of here.
Well, I've gained weight. I've gained about 30 pounds since I've stopped smoking tobacco.
Well, Jesus, George, you were a very
look at you. You can see where it all went.
Yes, and Tom kills me every time I go in the studio in the back room. You know, I'm very self-conscious.
Do people get on Zolak for what he does with you?
Well, they know that Zolak, his personality is just to be that kind of jock, you know.
To get away with anything.
Get away with it. Exactly. You see what happens over here with Dennis and stuff. So, you know.
He's not on it. He's not on it. If Zoe said, I guess Zoe was on the. I'll put Zoe on the air.
He just called Nick, but then I think he hung up.
Okay, because the thing is that I am very confused how, in anyone's mind, we were going behind George's back to destroy him. I find that very odd.
No.
When George comes in, it's a whole situation.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone's like, how much do you think he weighs? I mean, it's a whole thing. And you're not fat. I could see if someone fat came in and you're like, how much do they weigh? It's because you're so thin. I don't get it.
I had a physical yesterday. 148. That's the most swollen
I would
I've been in my life.
have. I would have missed by a lot. I would have been a lot lower.
It's
than
all
that.
muscle, George.
Yeah.
120 soaking wet. I take offense to that, Hardy.
When did I say 120 is soaking wet? I was giving you props. I'd saying you put on weight.
I can't even.
Well, no,
flex
we
my
all know he
abs
put on
anymore.
weight because the people's champ during his spiel said he put on weight.
Yeah.
All right, Scott Zolak. Hello, sir.
Well, I'd like to talk to George alone.
All right,
the floor is yours.
We'll sit out. We'll sit out. You guys converse. Go.
Talk to me, Zoe.
Hey, George, like I tell you every day, you keep doing what you're doing.
Thank you.
Ignore the noise, all right? You got 45 minutes left here. If you just want to bang out and hang out, you can do our show. You're more than welcome to go do our show, George. I thought you were outstanding on Monday. And I fed you. Breakfast and lunch.
That is true. Yes, as the morning show has recapped here, it was awesome Italian as well.
Did he literally feed you, like with his hands?
Were there grapes?
Was it like a mommy bird? Did he chew it up and then spit it into your mouth?
Behind the scenes can get the off-air show, as we say. You know, it's that's what you want to
tune into. People's champ, George. That's why you're the people's champ. Keep doing what you're doing, buddy.
That's why I'm the people's
champ.
I love you.
How many times has he picked you up?
This year, A couple times.
How many times have I picked you up?
It's only February.
Zero.
That's true. We're still early.
I've packed on the weight.
All right. Yeah, George, I mean, I don't even know if I could lift that. I'm very weak.
Did Scott give you the nickname the People's Champ?
Yes.
So you didn't give yourself that nickname.
Well, I think I brought in a championship belt one day, and then we posed with it together, and then he got it.
Do you have the belt with you today?
The same belt that I brought in a decade ago, no. But I do have the belts with me, yes.
Okay.
Different ones, yes.
Couldn't leave the house without him.
All right. Well, very good. I just wanted to get that out of the way,
Yes.
George. I don't understand why you have people attacking me in non-related material. That's the problem. It wasn't a George video. It just seemed out of nowhere.
Good job, Sam.
Now, I don't think you know Sam because he spelled George the
Incorrectly.
wrong way, and I
That's
don't.
fine though. I mean, it's Americanized. You know, they kind of hear it. They don't know it's George with a J. Henceforth, I don't really get followers. Follow me at Georgie Sepulveda on Twitter and in the social medias with the J, Jorgie.
And that's the reason that he doesn't have more followers. Is everyone's going to
Looking for George.
spelling a
G-E-O.
right, like a bunch of lunatics.
Right.
All right, George. Everyone misses Andrew Callahan once a week. Everyone misses the Patriots season. But I've been told by my coworkers that you are the man to go to when Callahan's not here. So it's time to play a George edition.
All right,
of-
testing 1, 2, 3. Let's do this. It takes 2 steps from the other night. And one might see if you can get it right.
We understand Andrew Callahan is not replaceable.
Well,
we don't
I
want.
don't know.
Well, I mean,
Well, he's messed up a bunch of times.
well, that was
There's no
early.
doubt about
That
it.
was early. That was early. He
It's the
righted
second
the
year of
ship.
it. It's the second year of it.
A lot of pressure to get these stats correct.
George, there's no question about it. It's a typed out sheet. I do like that.
Hang on, I got to write this down. We talked about this.
I need his level. I need everyone locked in on what's happening on the show, including Ryan in the back.
Very good.
I need you to lower the sound of what's going on.
The only other time that George provided the 2 stats and a lie, Fred was not here. I believe you had 3 separate 2 stats and a lie, which would amount to 6 stats and 3 lies, I think.
9 stats.
9
stats and 6 lies.
I got a little carried away, yes.
Yeah,
No,
I think
I
it was
got
9
it right.
stats and 6 lies.
All right, everyone's getting into so much trouble. George is a real firebrand.
All right,
He's
here we
he's
go.
got everyone.
Here we go. I'm ready.
Everyone's
All right.
arguing, and George, you're quite divisive. All right, go ahead, George.
All right, so this past Super Bowl 60, you could have made the argument that the kicker, Jason Myers, could have been the MVP, outscoring the Patriots himself with 5 field goals.
Certainly.
Okay, so we're getting into opinion.
Yes.
What could be.
It's a setup, right?
Will you stop stepping on him, please?
Let it marinate. Okay, so
Jesus.
to date,
George was only an hour and a half late to the show today. 2 hours
preparing
late.
this, yes.
Okay.
All right, to date, there's only been one special teams player to win the MVP of the Super Bowl. To date,
Oh, I know who that
there's
is.
only been one special teams player to win MVP of the Super Bowl. Number 2, Super Bowl 20 saw the Chicago
Whoa. Do you count returner as a special teams player?
special teams player. Yes, kicker, punter, special teamer, and kick/punt returner. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Well, I know that.
All right. So number 2, Super Bowl 20 saw the Chicago Bears tie a Super Bowl record that still holds up to this date with 7 sacks of the New England Patriots. Out of the 4 Super Bowls that had teams recording 7 sacks, the Patriots were the only opponent to not have more rushing yards than the times they were sacked.
So, wait. So they
Going to
didn't
Super
have
Bowl
6 yards rushing?
They were sacked 7 times, so it would be 7 yards rushing or less that they didn't have would be the stat.
Okay.
All right.
All right, so the Patriots would have been the only team to not outrush the number of times they were
Okay.
sacked. Super Bowl
Okay.
20.
Okay.
Okay. Number 3, since the 1970 AFL-NFL merger, the New York Jets and Detroit Lions have more playoff wins combined than the New England Patriots have appearances in the AFC Championship game.
Say that again, please.
Since the 70 merger,
Yeah.
the Jets and Lions have more playoff wins combined than the Patriots have appearances in the AFC Championship game.
Okay, well, I know the answer, unless something is deliciously wrong. Desmond Howard won the MVP of that Super Bowl, so
Against
he's a
the
returner.
Patriots.
Against the Patriots
Yep.
in like the late '90s.
But was he the only one?
Yes.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is.
He absolutely is. And then the Patriots had more than 7 yards rushing in that game. May alone had more than 7 yards rushing.
Well, Super Bowl 20 when they lost to the Bears.
Oh,
when they lost 46-10 to the Bears.
He brought up all the other Super Bowls. Yes, there's a lot of information.
It's Super Bowl 20, and I believe they count sacks as rushing yards, or not?
No, it would be.
There were, when I looked at the stats, there were negative rushing yards. Yes.
Okay.
Oh, thank you.
So 2 is the lie.
So no, I think. Well, hang on.
No, because the Jets have won a bunch of playoff games, and the Lions have won 1, 2, 3. The Lions have won 3 playoff games, and the Jets have won at least 10.
Patriots AFC Championship appearances. Was that the stat?
AFC
So there's 9 with Brady alone.
Right, and then 10, 11. So that's 11, 12. So the 12, and the Jets have 3, and the Lions have 3, and that means that the Jets, they won a couple in '69. They made the AFC Championship twice. So those are and those were wild cards, I believe, both times. So that's 7 right there. They in the '80s they won playoff games a couple times. They were in the AFC Championship game in '82. So those are a couple wins, and then you add that to the 3 that the Lions have. They have at least 7. What does the Patriots have? 9 AFC Championship games?
Well, they
went 10. Oh no, because that's just Super Bowls. Oh.
So 9. I'm saying 9 with Brady alone.
9 with Brady alone. They went to the Super Bowl with Bledsoe. They went to the
Super Bowl this year.
Super Bowl with Grogan and Eason in Super Bowl 20.
Hold on a second. I almost pulled a Wallach and looked it up. There's more than 9 with Brady.
Yeah, because he
9 in a row with Brady. 7, 8, 9 in a row with Brady. These are just, don't forget they lost to Denver in the AFC Championship game. So,
well, 2's got to be a lie.
Fewer rushing yards.
Say 2 again. 7 rushing yards.
7 rushing yards or less against the Bears in Super Bowl 20.
Did another team have less than 7 rushing yards in a Super Bowl?
See, now we're so far away from it. Read 2 again, George.
George?
Number 2, Super
Bowl 20. You were so late.
Saw the Chicago Bears tie the Super Bowl record.
2 hours
still
late.
Holds up to this day with 7 sacks of the New England Patriots. Out of the 4 Super Bowls with teams recording 7 sacks, the Patriots were the only opponent to not have more rushing yards than the times they were sacked.
So it would be less than 7 yards.
Yeah, 7
in Super Bowl 20.
No, but in
Super Bowl 20.
There was 4 teams.
Yeah, the other matchups are inconsequential because they outrushed 7.
It was a big windup, but you focus on Patriot rushing yards in Super Bowl 20, 7 or less.
Of course you do. It's as simple as that.
I speak George. That's what he meant.
Are you his Bobby the Brain Heenan?
I wish.
Best
number,
heel announcer of all time. I appreciate that.
Number 3, just so we get the difference between what you're stating, the Pats or the Jets and Lions playoff wins combined are more than
the number of.
Oh, then 3 is the lie.
Since the merger, 3 is definitely the lie.
I'm saying 3 is the lie.
I'm in on that too.
And I could almost get specific.
Yes,
because
3 is the lie.
The Jets have made.
Since the merger, which means
the Jets have made 4 AFC Championship games, and then 5 including the Super Bowl. So that's, you throw in all those wins, but the Patriots have to have been to more AFC Championship games in 2 decades.
Yes,
because the Lions, I know for a fact, have won 3 playoff games. That's a fact.
Mm-hmm.
Because forever it was 1, and then they won 2 the other year.
Right. So 3 is the lie. It's unanimous in the room. George, what's the answer?
I love the deductive reasoning. Okay, so number 1, Desmond Howard is still the only special teamer to have won MVP of the Super Bowl, going back to Super Bowl 31. Good job, you guys, pertaining to the Patriots. Number 2, the Patriots only had 7 total rushing yards in Super Bowl 20, so they did not surpass the amount of times that they had been sacked in that game. That leaves number 3 as the lie. The Patriots have made 16 AFC Championship game appearances. They are 12-4. The Jets are 12-13 in the playoffs. They obviously had won the Super Bowl in Super Bowl 3. And then the Lions, as you have eloquently recited, Fred, you remember all 3 of their playoff wins. A couple of them coming a couple years ago.
All right.
There it is.
16-15, and it ends up netting out.
Thank you. Well, George, you know what? We had some fun, and no one was bullied.
No.
Do you have the theme?
Tell me why he is the people's champion. Tell me why his schedule's up on Instagram. Tell me why he played that flute the other day. George is filling in today.
Mr. Fillin.
George, you got to get with this fella on Instagram and set him straight. It's too much.
They love me over here, you guys.
Yeah, I know, but we're being attacked unfairly, George.
Yeah, no, I got to deflect that away, okay? For the PSA, any pub is good pub. I have thick skin over here. I can handle it. Anything that they say to me that is negative, anti-George, they will say it in my face. It's not that big a deal, you guys.
I didn't think we say anything anti-George, and certainly not today.
Speaking facts, right? Rooted in facts.
Right.
As sports radio should go.
I mean, Scott is, he's picking you up, he's throwing you around, you're taking pictures with him. I mean, it's a whole circus over there.
More leeway for 16.
And I don't understand. Yeah, I mean, I don't understand why, that I just found that odd because it was a post that I knew that I was going to get killed on, and I do take enjoyment out of that. Why do you have a lion's head on? Like all these things. I should be fired. These are things I enjoy. But then I saw the out of left field George post, and I went,
Burner.
I didn't think it was you, but I thought it was someone in your orbit. No. I don't know, George. All right, get back to work. No one needs to know that you were 2 hours late. Far. Don't let George get too far. Where'd he go? That's right, George. By the way, we had like 2 minutes to talk to him when he got here, and he decided to take his jacket off, walk out, then turn back and take his sweatshirt off.
Shake hands with everybody.
Yeah, and then he stood around like conversing. Everyone was having a good time. Everyone was having a good time. All right, thank you, George, the people's champ, George, everybody. All right, we'll be back with our award-winning email segment in just a moment.
Stay tuned for more Toucher and Hardy on the Sports Hub.
All right, Hardy here, and you've heard me talk about
should do the email bit. It's a great idea. Let's do the email bit.
Hey, we are Toucher and Hardy. If you'd like to email us, you can email us. Find our email addresses at 985thesportshub.com. We are on social media at Toucher and Hardy. Hardy's on social media at Hardy985. And I am on Instagram, where we are building a whole real, like a lifestyle cult. I got a lot of, medical information and stuff like that. Workout tips, cold plunge stuff at Fred Toucher. We keep it like that. I got that Atia guy involved. He was all over those Epstein files. I said, I'll take you on. You're a longevity doctor that never finished his residency. That's what I want. Pay you $200,000 to be a quack. All right. Yes, Jonathan.
I think you should answer this one on air. I've seen you've already answered this email. You sent it back to Kevin, who said, hey, guys, hey, it's been a little bit now, but our beloved Ass Man outro to your show is MIA. Is this permanent? Please tell me no one complained about Ass Man and had it been removed. And had it removed, how is Wallach taking this change? I'm fine with it. I understood.
Okay.
It had been a while, but you answered it, so answer it on the air.
Right. So the reason Ass Man was our outro when it became our outro was I never knew that was a song, and I couldn't believe it was really a song, and that it was a gimmick for a wrestler, that there was a wrestler that was legitimately just the Ass Man, and that his song was that he was an ass man. So we just started playing that at the end of shows. Well, a few weeks ago, I was just like walking around my house, and I couldn't get out of my head the end of the Jeffersons, which is, the beginning is beans don't burn on the kitchen. Oh, no.
Well, it's an up-tempo.
Beans don't burn on the grill. Took a whole lot of trying just to get up that hill. Now, what shows would do back then is you had to have an outro, too, when the final credits played. And so the one for the Jeffersons is they take the song and they go, slow it down to,
we're gonna break it down.
And since that was the end of the Jeffersons, I came in and I said to Adam, I'm like, I had that playing in my head, like the end of the Jeffersons, and he got very excited, and he found the end of the Jeffersons and he looped it, and so now that is the end of the show.
Right.
For how long, who knows? But that's the whole story. There was no thing that we had to get rid of Ass Man. Sometimes you just want to change things up a little bit. That's
right.
all.
Somebody emailed me yesterday when I was not here, but catching up on the show, Justin said, heard you wanted to take a trip to Vegas to see Tool if they played the Sphere. Not sure the last time you saw him was, but I saw him 2 years ago. It was one of the worst concerts I've seen. They're one of my favorite bands, but they played one of their new songs that didn't really take off right before intermission, then a 10-minute intermission. Then they came back and Danny Carey is doing something with a keyboard for 10 minutes. Then another new song that didn't pay off. It was 40 minutes of nothing and absolutely ruined the show, so just be prepared. Now, I think I was either at that same show or I've had similar experiences with Tool shows. There was one in Vegas that I went to, made a trip just to see them play at the Palms. It was an excuse to go to Vegas more than anything. But they did that intermission thing where they had this like light show and just this ambient music that was playing. I felt I was being tested as an audience member. And I don't know if I failed or passed, but I got up and left. I said, I'd rather be out gambling right now than sitting through this. And I left the show. The last time I saw him play at the Garden, it was one of the set lists that they were doing on tour. It's like, this is for Tool fans. You're not going to hear Sober. You're not going to hear, the quote unquote hits. It's for the fans. And I was fine with it until the end when Danny Carey did the chocolate chip trip, where he fiddle-effs around with this synthesizer and gets like this loop going for a while, and all the lights are up, and he's just up there monkeying around on stage with some technology for a while. I said, okay, I'm leaving. I don't need this. Now, I love to leave everything early, if possible. Games, concerts. So that in and of itself is not unique. But I hear you, Justin. I think the difference would be having the visual experience at the Sphere and then probably putting together a set list that has to be more tight and conforming to the technological synchronicity that goes on in the Sphere, I think it would be a much better show. And I was at that Orpheum show that you talked about, Fred, going to. That was the best Tool concert I've seen. I've probably seen him half a dozen times, and that was just a great
Well,
show.
yeah, I saw him in Atlanta because it was
that's right.
a
You
big
were in
deal. But
Atlanta.
they were doing theaters and they were doing this. The reason that I think there's two things about that. The reason I think that they're so interested in the Sphere is they've done this, as Hardy just said. They did a club tour or a theater tour where everything was syncopated, like everything was choreographed,
and it works
down to the. Yeah, it's like whatever, but like. So they're good for that, and also everything that I think that indulgence and that like testing of the audience and that whole attitude, it seems like Maynard. I guess it's the death of Ozzy. Like he is completely a different person now. Like, and he says that was all a cloak to hide his insecurities. That it was his insecurities that were driving that persona. You know, because he was a dick. And, you know, they screwed around in concert and, like, took their audience for granted. And I don't think that's going to be it seems like that wouldn't happen anymore, is all I'm trying to say.
Not Gary Tanguay has a new
I was hoping you'd get to this
film idea.
Fred, you have to read that.
Okay. What's his real name?
It comes up as not Gary Tanguay. You should have just received it.
Just came in.
Okay, it's called George and the Giant Slob. All right, here we go. Fade to black from the opening of the midday show at the Sports Hub. Lovable little guy George helps the giant slob Jolak clean up after a disastrous spill in the studio, and the two begin an entertaining roller coaster of adventures. I think we're off to a hot start. P.S. George, want to teach my class? You can be late. It's fine. Care Bear out. Yeah.
Where'd you get the idea for Jolak, Gary?
Well, I mean, you know, you can't. I don't want to pay the guy. You know, it's a nom de plume.
Okay.
It's big guy and the little guy. It's funny, you know. He rests his beverages on George's head.
It's like a Schwarzenegger DeVito. He's pregnant. One's big, one's little.
Yeah,
I don't know. Dress it up.
Remake, yeah. You know, messed up twins. One's all the crap.
Joey Schatz.
That's right. Yeah, throwing him for fun, just for a laugh.
Tim wants to know, after you told the story about your dog eating the nicotine gum and then having explosive diarrhea.
Literally explosive.
Did the dog go back to smoking after that? Which is a good question. The dog's like, hey, if this is what's going to happen, if I eat the Nicorette gum, I might as well just smoke.
No, I think it's like the parenting technique that we all use when you catch your kids smoking. You make them smoke a whole pack.
Yeah.
In the closet, like that's what you do.
Well, that's what happened with the cigars with Monty Brewster's uncle, who number one, spoiler alert, was a white, and he wanted to teach Monty how to hate money the way he hated cigars after his granddad made him smoke those cigars. So
yeah, Brewster's Millions, difficult to watch.
Have I told you my issue with the logic behind Brewster's Millions?
Mm-hmm. No, you have not. Go ahead.
Okay, so he gets $30 million that he has to spend in 30 days, or he gets nothing. But if he does it, he gets $300 million. Okay, here's $30 million that's in a bank vault that's under your name. Okay, just take the $30 million, and at the end of 30 days, how much did you spend? None of it. I still got all of it.
But the way that he gives it to him is he says that if you don't spend the $30 million, you don't get anything. Like you don't get to keep the $30 million.
I don't think that is clearly conveyed.
You know what's funny is I've recently seen on whatever Instagram reel, like him saying that, and they do clean that up. It seemed pretty obvious.
Well, it must be a director's cut.
Oh yeah, I mean, I definitely think it was Criterion. I think
is it Kubrick who did Brewster's Millions?
It got very confusing when he did. This was the Scorsese version.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was, Scorsese said, "Give me it. Give me a chance to edit it. Give me the raw material," and that happened. By the way, where is the Dirty Work R version? That's what I want to see.
Oh.
Apparently, the guys that made Dirty Work found the film and recut it into a rated R movie, and that's what I want to see. By the way. We mentioned Ass Man. What about Glassman? Huh? Glassman the Assman. Who knows?
Seems like that's an easy, like it should have been done already. Jeffrey's marketing people.
Yeah,
Rucker.
I'm the Glass Man.
You should have come up with that jingle already.
Got an idea, Jeff. Song called Ass Man, called Glass Man. Roll it around in your head. No problem. By the way, the email bit is powered by Jeffrey Glassman Injury Lawyers. If you've been hurt in a car or work accident, you got to get Glassman. Don't just send an email. Call all sevens at 617-777-7777 or visit gottagetglassman.com. We'll be back with the stack in just a moment.
Sports Hub headlines presented by Celsius Energy Drinks.
Back to work.
describes himself in 7 words.
A guy in tights and a cape.
And Hardy with blunt honesty.
I am not known as Mr. Fun.
Toucher and Hardy continues on the Sports Hub. We know what you're thinking. What could I possibly have missed from the show? It's time for The Stack on Toucher and Hardy.
Hey, we are Toucher and Hardy. The Stack is brought to you by New England's largest Volkswagen dealer group, Colonial VW, located in Medford, Wellesley, and Westboro. Come see the amazing finance and lease offers happening every day at Colonial VW. Yes, you can have it all at Colonial. Maybe it's better that I say officers because it sticks in people's heads. That's what I'm telling myself. George, I wonder what George thinks about it. Thanks, buddy. All right.
So I am a champion of the people.
All right. We heard this yesterday. This is Felger on air reacting to either the first USA goal or the game winner.
The first Sweden goal is actually what we have here.
Yeah, okay, well, so you're the reason I've got to see him on every other thing that I turn on.
I think he's great.
Or the Mannings.
Those Corona
Mannings are just are the worst. Those are like 3 years old. Oh, you bastard!
Well, I know what
on the
happened
other
now.
TV?
They just tied it up.
How are you ahead on that other TV?
Because I'm ahead like 5 seconds. God dang it.
I told you this had 2-1 written all over
Tommy
it.
and Lynn
90
curse.
seconds left, and now you know what happens?
Oh, they're going to lose in overtime.
3-on-3.
3-on-3.
Yeah.
Who do you put out there?
Hold on to your hat. Who do I put out there? Eichel, Kachuk, and Quinn Hughes.
So that was him reacting negatively to something. But when he reacted positively, he was like super into it. Like Felger, for whatever reason, is super into Olympic hockey.
Subject line: Felger and Maz need a MA rating. Thanks for got it.
Yeah, so I don't buy Maz at all. I think he's just trying to act like he's into it. But Felger legit is super into it. Yeah. So my question is to you guys, I thought this would be a somewhat interesting exercise.
Okay.
How many teams, because obviously you didn't react like that, I take it, when the U.S. won that game.
MA rating. Thanks for
I don't think you were at home alone going like, and what I'm saying is, but there are things that make you do that.
Mm-hmm.
So how many teams and what are they that make you go, that you will like on your own, react in a way that is like when you watch a movie, you don't go,
Oh, there's only two. Well, that I can say definitively because I have. Michigan State football, specifically when they blocked the punt against Michigan and then ran the ball back for a touchdown to win the game.
I remember where I was when I was in Patriot Place when I saw that.
I can tell you where I was, and I was by myself. I was skipping out on the first part of dinner with my family and then went to join them in the restaurant afterwards and was still like floating as I walked in, got up and lost my mind. Or the Lions. I have stood up and done things watching alone or with people. Yeah, those are the two.
I feel that way about the Patriots, especially in the playoffs. Most of this happens when the playoffs are happening. Like Bruins score goals in the playoffs. If I'm watching alone, I will make noise. A noise like that. I've seen Celtic game-winning shots. I will do that as well alone in the playoffs.
So all four major sports.
Now, you won't do it with Bryant because that
would be unprofessional. Yeah, it'd be unprofessional.
Listen, I got nothing but positive things to say about Bryant Athletics. Look, it's a wonderful D1 program.
Well, certainly is. Yes.
Now listen. I've done it with the Bruins. I've done it with Michigan State basketball in the tournament. Jets in the Cardinals in the playoffs. But strangely enough, just by the nature of baseball, probably the least amount with the Cardinals in the playoffs, even though out of those teams, they've had the most success with the 2 World Series since I've lived here. And then they had, the NLCSs when I was, but maybe not since the mid 80s with the Cardinals. I did that drunken thing on Twitter that Hardy hung up
there
after
are
they won
times
the World Series the
like
second time.
Victorino hit a grand slam in a big spot in the 2013 World Series. I did that.
In 2011, that Bruins team, I was like a lunatic. But you remember I left the bar
you didn't see
during the
comeback.
Toronto Game 7. And then I came back, and thank God my ex-wife was watching the Bruins game, because I turned it on and I'm like, why are they like, why is it between periods?
Yeah.
And I'm like, there's no way they scored 3 goals. And then I'm so glad I left that bar. Like that feeling, it was such a unique feeling of going like, wait a second. Because I missed all the agony of waiting for the 3 goals. I had come to grips with that they had lost the game. And, at the time, it meant a lot for the station, too.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I was super invested in that for that reason. I knew, 7 or 8 of those guys pretty well. I felt very invested in that team. Go ahead.
I guess just maybe I can't do it with an adopted investment, which is how I feel about being a Bruins fan, which I am. But I was like that during the Red Wings run, 97, 98.
See, I never cared. Even when I had season tickets to the Thrashers, there was never a team I really cared about. And just by nature of me, again, thinking an original 6 team would be a big deal, when we were even at BCN and reached out to the Bruins, they're like, what do you want? Like, what do you want?
Yeah.
Like, we'll give you any player you want in studio once a week.
The Uncle Dave years were very lean.
I mean, we had Aaron Ward in studio once a week during the season. Like, and he would hang out for like an hour. I became really good friends with him, but so I had season tickets. I knew the guys. I hung out with them.
You still friends with him? Can you text him right now?
I could. Well,
Aaron Ward would return your text.
Yeah, but I don't know. I think he might have changed his number because he had some little personal dust-ups. I'm not positive. But I did get an email, a text, a text from him saying that he had changed his number. Yeah, Aaron Ward would get back to me for sure.
All right.
For sure. I was real friends, like equals.
That's pretty rare.
Yeah. I hung out with him all the time.
You know what his favorite animal is? The leopard. You know why? He likes the spots.
God, I love that show. And Thornton, I was better friends with Aaron Ward than Thornton, but I was legitimately friends with Thornton. All right, we will be back tomorrow unless this gout just ravages my entire body. I like that I weigh 185. I was 235.
Yeah, I don't want
I weigh 185 pounds and I have
I don't
gout
want
in
to
my
be hearing
knee.
about any gout flare up because you feel like you're owed a day off because I banged out sick yesterday.
I'm not going to bang out with gout. I was just complaining about the gout and found that as a vehicle to do so. I don't like to complain. But when I'm in discomfort,
That's the funniest thing you've said in weeks.
I don't like to complain.